This audio belongs to list-red.com. Visit list-read.com to read full book and many other books. Thank. Chapter 1. Alexis. Moths fluttered in my headlights over the long grass of the ditch. I was still clutching the wheel, my heart pounding. I'd swerved to miss a raccoon in the fog and careened into a shallow embankment on the side of the road. I was okay. Shaken, but okay. I tried putting the car in reverse, and my tires spun uselessly. Probably mud. I should have bought the SUV instead of the sedan. I turned off the engine, put on the hazards, and called roadside assistance. They told me it'd be an hour wait. Perfect. Just perfect. I was still a 2-hour drive from home, stuck on some lonely stretch between the funeral home I'd just left in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and my house in Minneapolis. I was starving, I had to use the bathroom, and I was in shapewear. Basically the grand finale to the worst week ever. I called my best friend, Bree. She answered on the first ring. So? How was Hell Week? Well, I can tell you how it ended, I said, reclining my seat. I just drove my car into a ditch. Ouch. Are you okay? I am. Did you call a tow truck? I did. An hour wait. And I'm in Spanx. She sucked air through her teeth. Satan's underwear? You didn't change before you left. You must have run out of there like you were being chased. Where are you? She asked. I peered out the windshield. I have no idea. Literally the middle of nowhere. I don't even see street lamps. Did you mess up your car? I don't know, I said. I haven't had a chance to get out to check. I don't think so. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. You know what? Hold on. I'm taking these off. I got unbuckled and reclined the seat as far as it would go. I took off my heels and tossed them on the passenger side, then reached around to unzip myself. I wiggled out of the attached bra straps and leaned all the way back and pulled my black cocktail dress up around my hips, hooking my thumbs into the top of my Spanx. There was nobody out here. I hadn't seen another car on this road in a half hour. But just as I started to wrestle the nylons down, headlights poured through my back windshield, because of course they did. Shoot, I breathed, moving faster. It was like trying to get out of a full-body compression sock while being timed for speed. I heard a car door slam and I got frantic, fighting my spandex restraints down to my knees under the steering wheel and then kicking out of them just as someone came up to the window. A large shaggy dog popped out of nowhere and jumped up on my door to look in at me. Then a bearded white guy in a denim jacket with a wool collar came up behind him. Hunter, down. He pulled the dog off my car and tapped on the glass with a knuckle. Hey, you okay in there? My zipper was still half undone, and my dress was hiked almost to my underwear. I'm fine, I said, tugging my dress over my thighs, pivoting to put my bare back to the passenger side. Raccoon. He put a hand to his ear. I'm sorry, I can't really hear you. I cracked the window an inch. I swerved for a raccoon. I'm fine, I said again, louder. He looked amused. Yeah, we've got a lot of those around here. Want me to tow you out? I called a tow truck. Thank you though. If you called a tow truck, you're waiting on Carl, he said. You might be waiting a while. He nodded down the road. His 6 beers deep at the VFW. I closed my eyes and let out a tired breath. When I opened them, the man was smiling. Give me a sec, I'll tow you out. He didn't wait for me to reply, just walked back behind my car. I hurriedly zipped myself up. Then I picked up my phone again. Some guy is towing me out, I whispered to Bree. I angled my rear view to try to see his plates, but his headlights were in my eyes. I heard metallic clanking from outside. The dog jumped back up to look at me through the window. His nubby tail began wagging, and he barked. "Is that a dog?" Bree asked. "Yeah. He belongs to the guy," I said, shaking my head at the dog. He was licking the glass. "Why are you so out of breath?" I was in the middle of trying to get my Spanx off when he showed up, I said, grabbing them from the floor and balling them into my purse. I was half naked when he walked up to the window. She laughed so hard I had to pull the phone away from my ear. "It's not funny," I whispered. "Maybe not to you," she said, still laughing. "So what's that guy look like? Some creepy old dude?" "No. He's kind of cute, actually," I said, trying to see the activity behind me in the side mirror. "Arth. And what do you look like?" I glanced down at myself. Hair and makeup done, black funeral dress. "The Dolce one?" "Yeah. So looking hot. I'm gonna stay on the phone with you in case you get murdered." "Ha. Thanks." I leaned back in my seat. "So did the funeral suck?" Bree asked. I let out a long breath. It sucked so bad. Everyone kept asking where Neil was. "What did you tell them?" "Nothing. That we broke up and I didn't want to talk about it. I wasn't getting into it. And of course Derek was a no-show." "What a time to be in Cambodia." "He's missing all the fun," Bree said. My twin brother had a penchant for avoiding the family drama. I couldn't say he knew Great Aunt Lil was going to die suddenly in her nursing home, and that I was going to be thrust alone into the lion's den at the 3-day family reunion funeral that followed, but it was very on brand for him nonetheless. I rolled the window down another few inches so I could pet the dog. He had bushy old man eyebrows and wide golden eyes that made him look startled to see me. "Mom did a really nice job with the eulogy," I said, giving the dog's ear a scratch. "Doesn't surprise me. And Neil texted me the whole time. Also doesn't surprise me. That man has nothing but the audacity." "Did you reply?" No," I said. "Good." More clanking from outside. "All right, so listen," Bree said. "I was thinking we could do a double date thing when you get back." I groaned. "Hear me out. It's not at all convoluted." This was going to be convoluted. Both of us pick the hottest guys we can find on Tinder. Probably someone posing with a fish, but that's not important. We take them to the cafe outside of Nick's office, the one where he gets his lunch every day at 11:30. And then when Nick shows up, we act totally surprised to see him there. You pretend to trip and spill some red wine down his shirt by accident while I make out with my date. I choked on my laugh. "As much as I'd like to help you destroy your soon-to-be ex-husband's clothes," I said, still tittering, "I'm not dating for the foreseeable future. I don't need any men in my life right now. Or ever." She scoffed. "Yeah, well, we're all strong-ass women until a smoke alarm starts chirping at 3 a.m. on a high ceiling and there's no one to hit it with a broom but you." I snorted. "Seriously though," she said, "we've never been single together before. We should embrace this. Hot girl summer. It could be so fun. I think I'm more in the mood for Golden Girls summer." She seemed to mull this over. This could work too. I heard more clanking from outside and felt the car move, like something was being attached to the bumper. "Wanna get drinks tomorrow?" Bree asked. "What time?" "I have Pilates." "After." "Okay, sure." I noticed movement in the side mirror. The man had started to walk back over. I stopped petting the dog and rolled my window back up to almost closed. "Hey," I whispered to Bree. "The guy's coming. Hold on." The man pulled his dog off my car again and leaned down to talk to me through the glass. "Can you put the car in neutral?" he asked through the 1-inch crack. I nodded. "When I pull you out, put it in park and turn off the engine until I get the chains off." I nodded again and watched him walk to his truck. A door slammed, and his engine started. Then my car lurched, and I slowly rolled out of the embankment and back to the road. He came around the car with a flashlight and looked at the fender. A dragonfly landed on my hood. It sat there completely motionless while the man crouched to examine my tires. Then he clicked off the light and went back behind the car. More clanking chain noises, and a minute later he returned to the window. I looked the car over. "I don't see any damage. You should be fine to drive." "Thank you," I said, sliding 2 $20 bills through the crack. He smiled. "This is a freebie. Drive safe." He went back to his truck and honked, putting up a friendly hand as he drove past me into the fog. Chapter 2. Daniel. $100 if you get her to leave with you," Doug said, nodding at the redhead sitting at the bar. It was the woman I'd pulled from the ditch half an hour ago. 15 minutes later, she'd walked into the VFW. It was 9 o'clock on a Tuesday night in April, which meant the whole town was crammed into the bar. The snow had melted, and it was officially the off-season. Everything except for Jane's Diner and this place was shut down until the river heated up, and Jane's had closed at 8 o'clock. The tourists were gone, so this poor unsuspecting woman was not only sticking out like a sore thumb, but she was also one of the only women in this tiny town who wasn't either related to us or had grown up with us. She was going to be relentlessly pursued. I scoffed at my best friend, chalking the end of my cue stick. "Since when do you have $100? Brian laughed from his bar stool. "Since when do you have $5? And if you do, you better give it to me. You still owe me from drinks the other night." "Good luck with that," I muttered. Doug flipped us off. "I have it. And I have your $5 too, Dick," he said to Brian. "Besides, I'm not paying the whole bet. Losers each put in 50, and whoever gets her to go home with you takes all." "Leave her alone," I said, taking my shot. The balls bounced around the table, and the 6-ball went into the corner pocket. "That woman is not going home with anyone in this bar. Trust me. Women like her wanted nothing to do with guys like us." The car I'd pulled from the ditch was a Mercedes. It was worth more than all 3 of us probably made in a year. Not to mention she was dressed like she was headed to a cocktail party on a yacht. Fancy dress, huge diamond studs in her ears, diamond tennis bracelet. She was clearly on her way through town and had no intention of stopping for a layover. In fact, I was surprised she'd stopped here at all instead of driving the 4 to 5 more minutes to Rochester to eat. The VFW wasn't exactly fine dining. Doug was already fishing money out of his wallet. "I'm not interested," I said, putting the 8-ball cleanly into the side pocket. "I don't like betting on other human beings. She's not an object." Doug shook his head at me. "At least try to have fun." "I'm having fun." "Oh yeah? When's the last time you hooked up with someone?" Doug asked. "It's been what? For months since Megan?" "I'm not looking to hook up. Thanks though." Seeing he wasn't getting anywhere with me, Doug turned his attention to Brian. "What about you? $100? Brian almost immediately glanced to Liz, working behind the bar. Doug rolled his eyes. "She's married." "Married? You need to get over it. It's getting depressing." Get on a dating app or something. Doug tipped his glass of Sprite at Brian. I met twins on Tinder last week. Twins? He bounced his eyebrows. I took my shot. Oh yeah? You got to disappoint two women at once. Brian laughed. Doug ignored me. I'm serious, man. She's not gonna leave her husband. Do your thing. Brian peered back at Liz. Then, almost on cue, the door to the VFW opened, and Jake sauntered in wearing his police uniform. We all stopped to watch him walk to the bar. He made his way through, slapping backs and saying hello louder than necessary, just to make sure we all knew he'd graced us with his presence. He went around the counter like he owned the place, strode over to Liz, and pulled her into a dramatic kiss. Hooting erupted in the bar, and Doug and I shared a glance. What an asshole. I looked back at Brian, just in time to see the hurt move across his face. Hell, maybe Doug was right. I wasn't saying that betting on women was the answer, but Brian did need to get over this shit. Liz wasn't leaving Jake even though she should. Mike walked by on his way to the bathroom, and Doug nodded at him. Hey, Mike. $100 if you get her to leave with you. He pointed to the woman at the bar. Mike stopped and peered over at her in his glasses. He must have liked what he saw because he fished out his wallet. Almost doesn't seem fair. I get $100 and a beautiful woman. I laughed and checked my watch. I have to go. I need to feed the kid, I said, putting my stick away. Doug groaned. Every damn time. He waved me off. Fine. Get the hell outta here then. Then he looked over my shoulder at the bar and nodded at the woman. Hey, put in a good word for me on the way out, yeah. So you want me to lie to her? I asked, shrugging on my jacket. Brian and Mike laughed. Doug ignored me and put his pool stick on the table. About to get my secret weapon. I chuckled and headed to the bar, shaking my head. Chapter 3. Alexis. What you thinking? Asked the bartender, wiping down the counter. She had blonde hair, a tattoo of a rose on her wrist, and hot pink lipstick. Pretty. Her name was Liz. I looked over the menu she'd handed me. What's good? I asked, not loving the options. Almost everything was fried. The chili's homemade, she offered. I twisted my lips. I don't really love chili. The fog outside had gotten so bad, I knew I wouldn't be able to make it home before the need to eat and use a restroom got desperate. The only gas station in town had been closed, so I couldn't use the bathroom or grab a snack. Google kindly directed me to the one open place within 50 miles, the VFW that truck guy had mentioned. The place was worn. The tables were mismatched with cheap chairs. There were broken vintage-looking beer signs on the walls, along with framed medals and black and white pictures of veterans. Benny and the Jets blared from an old jukebox against the wall. A huge deer head was mounted over the bar with rainbow Christmas lights strung through its antlers. It was all very tired and junky. I couldn't imagine being in here under any other circumstances, not in a million years. A very pregnant young woman came up next to Liz and swiped a key card into the register with a hand on her lower back. Heading out, Hannah? Liz asked, pouring an IPA from the tap. Yeah. She grimaced. The baby's got a foot right on my bladder. I'll put your tips in the office, Liz said. Then she looked back at me. It's too bad you didn't drive through before the diner closed up for the night. Pickings are kinda slim until it's summer and the tourists come back. Tourists? I asked. Yeah. We're on the Root River. Plus, we're only a 2-hour drive from the Twin Cities, so we get a lot of weekend warriors. Right now, though, it's just the townies. And they are all here. All 350 of us. She laughed, nodding at the packed bar. I pivoted on my stool. It was true. There wasn't an empty seat in the whole place. As I scanned the crowd, I spotted the guy who towed me out, over by the pool table. He really was cute. Now that his jacket was off, I could see he had a nice body too. He had that rugged lumberjack thing going on. Beard, dark brown hair, hazel eyes, dimples. Tall. He wore a flannel and jeans. His sleeves were rolled up and he had colorful tattoos on both forearms. I turned away before he noticed me looking. A bell chimed, and Liz looked up over my head. Something nervous flickered across her face, but she smiled. I turned to follow her gaze. A police officer was coming in, a handsome one. He was tall, well over 6 feet. Brown eyes, thick brown hair. A fit body pressed against his tan sheriff's uniform. A gun sat holstered on his hip, and a gold badge was pinned to his chest. He wore a wedding band. "Hey, baby." Liz smiled at him as he came around the counter. He leaned in and planted a kiss on her. A few people whistled. He tipped up her chin. "I brought your sweater," he said, speaking to her eyes. He put a bundle of white fabric into her hands. "You left it in the cruiser." "That's so sweet." Liz looked down at it. "Oh, Jake, this is..." She stopped, realizing I'd never told her my name. Jake turned to me and seemed to notice me for the first time. "Alexis," I said. "Nice to meet you." "Welcome to Wakan." He pronounced it Wakan. "I gotta get going," he said to his wife. "I'll be here to get you at midnight." He kissed her and tipped his head at me before leaving. I puffed air from my cheeks and looked back at the menu. I was considering leaving without ordering. Nothing looked good. "So besides the chili, what else should I try?" I asked. "Hey," a male voice said, coming up behind me, talking to Liz. "I need to close out my tab." I glanced up. It was Truck Guy. Liz smiled at him. "Turning in early, huh?" "I have to feed the kid," he said. Then he turned to me and smiled. "Hi." "Hello," I said, moving to face him. "We meet again." "And under much better circumstances," he said. I smiled. "Thank you for earlier. You didn't have to do that." "I think I did." He nodded at a man at the end of the bar, looking red-eyed and disheveled with 7 empty beer glasses in front of him. "That was your night in shining tow truck." I sucked air through my teeth. I would have been there all night. Nah, one of us would have stopped. 5 or 6 hours, tops. I laughed, and he smiled at me. "I'm Daniel." He offered me a hand. "Alexis," I said, taking it. His palm was rough and warm. "I think I should give you a heads up," he said, giving me back my hand and leaning on the bar. "You see those guys over there?" He nodded to 3 men huddled around the pool table. "They have a bet going that they can get you to leave with one of them." Liz made a groaning noise from behind the register. "They're such assholes," she muttered, swiping his card. "Brian too?" she asked. "Nah, just Mike and Doug." He pointed. "You see the guy with the glasses," he said to me. I twisted in my stool to look over at the men. "Yeah." "Questionable rash." I snorted and Liz let out a laugh. "The tall white guy in the Carhartt jacket lives in his mom's basement," he said, going on. The sandy blonde man was grinning in our direction and waving. "In about 5 minutes he's going to procure a guitar from somewhere." He looked at me. "He's going to play More Than Words by Extreme and he's going to do it very, very badly." Liz was laughing as she slid his charge draft in front of him. It's true. God, why is it true? While he signed his receipt, I glanced at it. It was only $10, but he left a $10 tip. He flipped it upside down and pushed away from the bar. Anyway, good luck. He started for the exit. Wait, I said after him. He stopped and looked back at me. How much are they betting? He shrugged, pulling out his keys. $100. And what about you? You're not in on this bet. He shook his head. That's not my thing. No? Well, what if I left with you? Would you win the money? He wrinkled his forehead at me. I don't follow. I think I'm going to leave anyway. You could walk out with me. Win the bet. He smiled. You do that? I shrugged. Sure. He glanced over at the men across the room. Carhartt Jacket was holding a guitar. Daniel's eyes came back to mine, and a smile played at the corners of his lips. If we do it, we split the money. I turned to Liz. Liz, on a scale from 1 to serial killer, how dangerous is this man? Am I safe to walk out into a dark parking lot with him? She smiled. Daniel is the only guy I'd leave this bar with. I don't know how I feel about that, he said. You're my cousin. She laughed. He's harmless. And he'll keep up his end of the bargain and pay me? I asked. She dried a tumbler with a rag. Even if those idiots don't keep up their end of the bargain and pay him, he'll pay you. It's the kind of person he is. I looked back at Daniel, and he shrugged. I'm not an asshole. It's my favorite thing about myself. I felt my smile reach my eyes. He was funny. Okay, I said. We have a deal. I nodded at the bar stool next to me. But sit and talk to me for a bit. Otherwise they won't believe you wooed me. He looked at his watch. Then he seemed to decide he had time and took a seat. So, tell me about yourself, I said. What do you do? I'm a property manager, he said. Liz laughed from behind the counter where she was pouring beer from the tap. He's the mayor. I arched an eyebrow. Wow, the mayor? He gave her a look. It's more of an honorary title. This is a small town. My duties are very minimal. Liz shook her head. He's being humble. He's sort of everything around here. Calls bingo on Saturday nights, volunteer firefighter. He's even Santa. She nodded to one of the framed articles above the cash register. Santa comes to Wacken. The article was accompanied by a color photo of a fat Santa Claus with a little boy on his knee. I looked back at him with a smile, and he changed the subject. And what do you do? I shrugged. Nothing worth mentioning. I didn't like giving out my personal information to a stranger. He didn't push it. Okay, he said. And what brings you to Wacken? I'm coming from a funeral. His face went serious. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Aunt Lil was 98, and she had a very good life. Many lovers, as she liked to say. He smiled. I live in Minneapolis. I'm just driving through. Hey, is it always this foggy out here? There's fog outside. Liz asked, looking surprised. Daniel shook his head. Never. It's weird, actually. Huh. So you have a kid? I asked. He looked at his watch again. I do. Chloe. How old? 1 week. Oh, I said, pulling my face back in surprise. She's little. He wasn't wearing a wedding ring, not that that meant anything. He could have a kid without being married. So you have a girlfriend? I asked. He shook his head. I wouldn't have taken this wager if I did. Well, you're not actually taking me home, I pointed out. But I'm pretending to. I wouldn't disrespect my theoretical girlfriend. He grinned. I had to stifle a smile. So you're not with your baby's mother? He looked amused. Definitely not. I'm fostering. Liz smiled. Chloe is so cute. He's such a good daddy to her. She nodded at him. Show her a picture. He pulled out his phone and swiped. Then he held it out to me. A laugh burst from my lips. Your kid is a baby goat. In pajamas? She is. She goes home in a few weeks. She belongs to Doug, the guitar guy. Mom has mastitis and Doug couldn't do middle of the night feedings, so I volunteered to help. So let me get this straight, I said, crossing my legs. Doug is trying to seduce me with a poorly sung version of More Than Words when he has an entire baby goat. If you have a baby goat, you always lead with I have a baby goat. He chuckled. Technically I have the baby goat. Liz put ice into a tumbler. I keep telling him his Tinder profile could be nothing but a picture of Chloe and an address. I laughed. Daniel smiled and nodded over his shoulder. Are they watching us? He asked. My eyes flickered over to the pool table. Oh, yes. I looked back at him. Carhartt jacket. Doug is tuning his guitar. So how much time do you think we have until I'm serenaded? I'd say another minute or two. Okay. I leaned forward. I'm going to pretend that you just said something really funny and I'm going to laugh. Then we can wrap this up. He put a hand to his chin. What kind of laugh? What kind? Yeah. In theory, whatever I'm saying to you has to be good enough to make you leave with me after only knowing me for 5 minutes. It's going to have to look pretty convincing. I'm thinking Julia Roberts. This actually did make me laugh, which made him laugh, and it was adorable. His warm golden green eyes creased at the corners and it lit his whole face. God, he had a nice smile. Really nice. Something about it darted me right in the heart, took a little of my breath away. We sat there, still cracking up, and I found myself biting my lip and leaning into him a little, and I realized with shock that I was flirting. Like, actually flirting, not pretending. I'd been with Neil 7 years. I thought Neil would be the last man I'd ever be with. Then I'd broken up with him and I told myself that I was done. No more men. I didn't need one. I didn't need the hassle. I completely rejected the idea of dating ever again. I'd bought a very nice vibrator and I'd retired myself from the pool at 37. Zero interest. And now I was flirting. It was like finding out a plant you killed was alive after all and just needed water. Oh, Doug's coming, Liz whispered. I tore my gaze away from Daniel. Doug had begun weaving his way through high-top tables toward the bar, guitar in hand. Time to go, Daniel said. Then he took my hand, helped me down from the bar stool, and walked me out. Chapter 4. Daniel. I grabbed her hand. We were trying to look comfortable with each other. I figured it was in character. Brazen, but in character. She didn't pull away. The guys watched me with slack jaws as we made our way out of the bar. I put my other hand low and flipped them off. When we got out into the parking lot, I let go of her. I pulled the bills out of my wallet and handed them to her. She took the cash, counted it, and then tucked it into my shirt pocket. "Ah, the deal was 50-50, I said, digging for the money to give it back. "I'm paying you for the tow service." "Nope. I don't accept," I said, handing her the wad of bills. She crossed her arms. "You did the lion's share," I said, holding it out. "You earned it. I wouldn't even be here if you hadn't hauled me out of the ditch. I would have paid drunk Carl a lot more than $50. And I get to decide what to do with my ill-gotten gains. That's how ill-gotten gains work." She gave me a wry grin. I shook my head with a smile. I could see she wasn't going to fold, and I didn't fight her too hard because if I wasn't going to be out $50, I wouldn't hit the guys up for the money tomorrow. Finances were tight for everyone in the off-season. And anyway, this had been well worth the entertainment value alone. "So do you do this often?" I asked, putting the bills back in my wallet. I have to say, this was the highlight of my week. She smiled. "Must be a slow week." I laughed a little. A soft breeze blew a strand of hair across her face and she dragged it away with a finger. God, she was gorgeous. Red hair, fair skin, freckles peppering her nose. Deep brown eyes. Athletic. I'd seen more than she probably intended when she was getting changed in her car. I could smell her perfume. I didn't know what it was, but my guess was it was something expensive. This was a woman so far out of my league it wasn't even funny. It was hard to believe that she was even here, standing in this parking lot full of cracked asphalt in the middle of nowhere, wearing that dress and those heels. Like a model had wandered away from a photo shoot for a fashion magazine and gotten lost. And she was right about the fog. It hugged the edges of the parking lot like there was an invisible force field around the VFW. It was weird. And not great to drive in, that's for sure. We stood there for a moment. Then she nodded to her car. "Well, I better get going." "You have to feed your kid, hey, is there anywhere to get food close by?" I shook my head. "No. Rochester's the closest city to Wacken, and that's 4 to 5 minutes north." She pursed her lips. "That's what I thought." "Okay, well. It was nice hustling your friends with you." "Yeah, you too." She smiled at me for another moment. Then she turned and headed for her car, and I stood there, watching her. "Hey," I called. She turned. "Yeah? I could make you something to eat. At my place." "What are you going to make me?" "Because I'm a very picky eater," she said without skipping a beat. I smiled. "Well, I don't have any dinosaur chicken nuggets if that's what you're hoping for." This drew a laugh, and I grinned. I mentally scoured the contents of my fridge. Probably a grilled cheese. With fresh tomato and basil in it. She arched an eyebrow. "Fresh tomato and basil?" "I have a garden. I don't do one-night stands." I laughed. Well, that escalated quickly. "I'm serious. I've never had one and I never will. If your goal is that, you're going to be severely disappointed." "My goal is not that," I said honestly, smiling at her. She nodded, taking a few steps until she stood looking up at me. "Okay. But I have to inform you that I'm bringing my taser." "Fair enough. And I will definitely use it if I have to." She gave me a stern look. I made a matching serious face. "You won't have to. But I believe you. You look violent." She fought a laugh, trying to keep her serious expression. "And I'm taking my own car. You're not driving me." "Of course. One last thing." She cocked her head. "Is there anyone out there under the impression that they are in a relationship with you?" I laughed. "It's just a grilled cheese, you know." It's not that serious. Oh, I know. But if I was under the impression that I was in a relationship with someone and I came home to find them making a grilled cheese for another woman, I would not be happy. I said I didn't have a girlfriend. Completely different question. No, I said, smiling. Nobody is under the impression that they're in a relationship with me. Is there anyone out there who is under the impression that they're in a relationship with you? She laughed. No. Okay. She smiled. Okay. I woke up the next morning at 6 a.m., naked and happy after having the best date of my entire life. And then I realized she was gone. Chapter 5. Alexis. I tiptoed into my own house without turning on the lights like a teenager sneaking in after curfew. It was 6:30 in the morning, I had one shoe on, my hair was a tangled mess, I was caked in mud and farm animal fur, and I was wearing a hoodie I'd stolen on the way out. I'd panicked, and I ran while he was asleep. I woke up in a strange man's bed in a dusty garage in a town in the middle of nowhere after having what was admittedly the best sex of my entire life, with a 28-year-old. He was 28. I'd gotten up to use the bathroom and put on his hoodie. When I was washing my hands, his wallet fell out of the pocket, open to his driver's license. I knew he was younger than me. I just didn't realize he was almost a decade younger than me. I'd had a one-night stand with a total stranger, who was a decade younger than me. What was I doing? I didn't do things like this. I didn't have casual sex. I didn't do risky behavior. I'd made Neil wait 2 months before I'd slept with him, and when I finally did it was during a very well-planned romantic trip to Mexico. I'd spent a week picking out the lingerie I was going to wear, and I got waxed and exfoliated, and there were petals on the bed. I'd never had sex with anyone who wasn't my boyfriend in my entire life. And now I'd just made an exception with a guy I'd just met who was almost as young as Neil's son. I completely freaked out. I'd gotten dressed and fled in the night, stepping in dog poop on the way out. Or maybe it was pig poop. Or goat poop. Whatever it was, there was so much of it that it sucked my shoe right off my foot and I left it like a lizard shedding its tail to make its escape. I hobbled into my dark living room, tossing my keys on the credenza. Where were you? I gasped at the phantom male voice coming from the direction of Neil's favorite armchair. And then a light flicked on and my heart started beating again. Derek. Oh my God, you scared me half to death. My twin brother beamed at me from the recliner. Hey, sis. Then he looked me over and sat up, worried. Are you okay? I scoffed and looked down at my destroyed dress and bare foot. Yeah. I blew out a breath. I'm fine. How'd you get in here? Your alarm code is the same one you use for your phone. You know the code to my phone. I reached back and took off my lone heel. I know all your codes. Even when you change them. I laughed dryly. My brother and I had a touch of twin telepathy going on. Always had. What are you doing back? I asked, padding across the room in my bare feet and flopping on the sofa. I thought you were in Cambodia for another 6 weeks. Came back early. But not early enough to save me from half a week in Cedar Rapids alone with our parents, I deadpanned. Wild horses couldn't have dragged me there. I laughed again, leaning my head back on the sofa and closing my eyes. Is that a hickey? My head shot up. What? I bolted off the couch and ran to the mirror over the credenza, looking at my neck. Damn, I breathed, seeing the quarter-size purple blotch by my ear. That's a little 10th grade retro, don't you think, sis? And I'm slightly pissed at you for not telling me you got back with Neil. I groaned, touching the splotch with my finger. I didn't. Derek eyed me. Then who gave you that? He seemed to notice my hoodie at the same time. And since when do you wear camo? I don't, I said, groaning at the mark. I was going to have to put a band-aid over it, it was so big. I pulled the hoodie open and rolled my eyes. There was a hickey on my breast too. I looked again. Both of them. Derek waited in silence for me to elaborate. I met someone. It's over, I said, abandoning my examination, dropping back down on the sofa, and scrubbing my hands over my face. You met someone? When? I lolled my head to look at him. About 10 hours ago. He blinked at me. Okay. You're having a midlife crisis. I've seen this before. We can get you help. I laughed. God, I probably was having a midlife crisis. How else could I explain this? My car got stuck on the way home from the funeral and this guy towed me out. He was nice and very cute, and I went home with him to eat a grilled cheese, which was really good, actually. He made it from stuff in his greenhouse. Then there was this loose pig running around and it got mud all over me. A pig? He looked amused. Yeah. It came running out of the woods. Scared the crap out of me. It was like 300 pounds. I guess it got loose from a nearby farm or something. It was friendly. I petted it. Then a dog jumped on me too. The guy had a baby goat in pajamas and he put up a hand. Say no more, that explains everything. I laughed tiredly. Anyway, it's not going to be a thing, I mumbled. I didn't even get his last name. Did you use protection? Yes. Of course. I still have my IUD and he used a condom. A few of them, actually, I blushed thinking about it. Good. Well, I'm glad you're having fun and that it wasn't Neil. I scoffed. Yeah, same. I see his stuff is still here. He nodded to the garage. I rubbed my forehead. I packed it all up, but he refuses to come get it. Derek leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. I'm sorry I wasn't here when it happened, he said seriously. It's fine. You were saving the world, I said wearily. Derek had been gone for 6 months doing volunteer work with Doctors Without Borders. He was a plastic surgeon. A good one. He was out there treating burn victims and children with cleft lips. I could hardly be upset that he wasn't here to tell Neil to go to hell in person, though as I understand it, he definitely did via satellite phone. I looked over at him. Why are you back? They let you out early. A slow smile crept across his face. I can tell you, but you have to sign an NDA. I laughed, thinking it was a joke, but he reached into a messenger bag resting on the side of the chair and pulled out a piece of paper and a pen. I blinked at him. You're kidding me. Look, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't to keep a promise. He slid it across my coffee table at me. I eyed him. You want me to sign an NDA before you, my brother and closest confidant, can tell me why you're in my living room. He pushed the paper toward me another inch and tapped an index finger on the signature line. I shook my head and picked it up, scanning it. What is this? He put up a hand to quiet me. Just sign, and then I can tell you everything. I sighed. Okay, I mumbled, scrawling my name on the dotted line. I set it back on the table and tossed the pen on top. You have your paperwork. Tell me. I got married. I bolted straight up. What? He was beaming. Last weekend. I've been seeing her for 6 months. I gawked at him. And you didn't tell me. I couldn't. I promised. It was important to her. But you tell me everything, I said, incredulous. He nodded. I know. Which should tell you how important her trust is to me. I sat deeper into the sofa, my eyes moving back and forth across my lap. Married? I breathed. I looked up at him. To who? Her name is Nikki. She's a recording artist. A famous one. She was in Cambodia setting up a women's home for survivors of sex trafficking. I scanned my limited knowledge of current recording artists. Nikki who? Her stage name is Lola Simone. No, I said. He was grinning. You are not married to Lola Simone. I am. He pulled out his phone and handed it to me. I stared at the picture of the two of them together in what appeared to be a wedding photo. Lola Simone was a huge, Lady Gaga-level rock star. Only she didn't look the way she did in the tabloids in these pictures. She looked normal. Shoulder-length brown hair, a modest white dress with a flower lei. Derek was in white linen, beaming. She's incredible, Ali. The most remarkable woman I've ever met. I raised my eyes to him. And you married her? Without me there? His smile fell the slightest bit. No one was there but her agent, Ernie. We had to keep it small, he said, taking his phone back. Her privacy is super important to her. She gets recognized everywhere she goes. She has no anonymity. The paparazzi hound her constantly. It was just easier to do it there and do it quietly. Well, when am I going to meet her? You didn't bring her? She's too busy with her project to leave. And she doesn't like coming back here. Well, she's going to have to come back eventually. You live here, and your volunteer work ends in a few weeks. His smile fell again. Ali, I'm not coming back. I blinked at him. What? What do you mean you're not coming back? I'm moving to Cambodia to be with my wife. The news punched me right in the gut. Moving to Cambodia? I said, disbelief in my voice. To get her women's home up and running. To do more volunteer work. They need surgeons and there's a lot of good we can do there. I sat back into the sofa. Then the true impact of what he'd said hit me. I raised my eyes to him. No. You can't leave me here with him. He managed to look even sorrier than he already did. You'll be okay. I shook my head. No. No, I most definitely will not be okay. You can't do this to me, Derek. I can't keep working with Neil. I can't. I tried it. I'm already applying to other hospitals. I can't see him every day. He dragged a hand down his mouth. He didn't answer me. He studied someplace behind me. He couldn't look me in the eye. I was a Montgomery. A Montgomery had worked at Royal Northwestern Hospital since the day it was built in 1897. I came from a family of legendary doctors who made huge strides in medical advancements over the decades. They were powerful philanthropists who made possible the bulk of the programs and clinical trials that Royal was famous for. It was my family's legacy. We were the Vanderbilts and the Carnegies of the medical world. Last year the History Channel made a documentary about it as part of their Titans of Industry series. Half the hospital was named after us. There was a Montgomery Memorial Garden. A Montgomery Pediatric Wing. There had never been a single day in almost 125 years that Royal didn't have a Montgomery on staff. It was more than a tradition, it was an institution. Mom and Dad had been there, but they retired in March. Derek was there and so was I. But with Derek leaving, it was going to have to be me. I was going to have to stay. I couldn't be the Montgomery who undid it. I couldn't dismantle the franchise. It would literally go down in the history books. It was like I'd just been handed a life sentence. And he knew it. Look, he said. Maybe it's time to break the chain. The hospital isn't going burn down if a Montgomery isn't on staff. Great. Good idea. How about I leave first and then you quit? I cocked my head, and he pressed his lips into a line. That's what I thought. He averted his eyes. Any chance Neil will move? He's the chief of surgery. He's been at Royam for 20 years. I think we have a better chance of him getting struck by lightning than him going anywhere else. He looked back at me and sat quiet for a moment. I'm sorry. I know the position this puts you in. I looked at him, hopelessness washing over me. You don't know what it's like, Derek, the way Neil chips away at me. He'll start to gaslight me, make me feel like I deserved what he did, and I'll get so confused and broken down and tired that I'll let him back in out of sheer exhaustion. I have to leave, Derek. I don't have any other way to protect myself. He paused for a long moment. I have to live my life, Ali. And that's with Nikki, doing what I know I'm meant to do. I put my face in my hands. We went quiet for a long time. How did I not feel it? I whispered. How did I not know that you were falling in love and deciding something so big? I should have sensed it. It should have felt like a glitch in the Matrix. How did I not know Neil was hurting you until you told me? I sniffed and took my face from my hands, but I couldn't look at him. He spent so many years taking pieces of me, I said quietly. I'm trying to put myself back together, and now I have to do it without you. And with him always there. He inched closer to the edge of the sofa. You are strong enough for this. And all your friends are at Royam. Don't let him run you off. You deserve to be there if that's where you want to be. Yes, my friends were there. Jessica, and Bree, and Gabby. But that didn't outweigh having to work with Neil for the rest of my life, and it would be the rest of my life. There was no one else. Right now Neil was playing the remorseful ex. But it wouldn't last. Once he saw he wasn't going to get me back, he'd switch strategies, and it would get mean. He always got mean. I put my face back in my hands. Why am I the last in the dwindling Montgomery breeding program? It's like some cruel joke. Mom and Dad had me and Derek for the sole purpose of continuing the family line. Bred, molded, groomed, and told from my earliest age that I was destined to work at Royam Northwestern and I was not to take my husband's name if I ever got married. But it wasn't supposed to be me in the limelight. It was supposed to be Derek. I felt a hand on my arm. Don't let them decide the life you're going to live. You only get one. The words hung there between us. But I was too weak to pick them up. Derek knew the truth. I had no choice in the matter now. I'd never, ever get away. Chapter 6. Alexis. 6 days later I sat with Bree at the nurses' station in the emergency department at Royam Northwestern. I hadn't seen her over the last week, mostly because we didn't have any shared shifts, and I was too busy with my brother to talk on the phone or do the drinks we'd planned. Derek left on Saturday, back to his new wife, after telling our parents that he was leaving for good. Dad, as expected, completely lost it. He didn't say it, mostly because I don't think he had time to gather his thoughts in the chaos of Derek's NDA and marriage announcement, but I could sense the disappointment descending on me, like he was realizing that I was all that was left of the great Montgomery Royam legacy, and all was to be lost. Derek had always been the golden child, so it hadn't mattered that I was always mildly disappointing in terms of my accomplishments. I didn't want to publish papers in medical journals or do speaking engagements, like he did. I hated the spotlight. I just wanted to help people. But now, as the only Montgomery on staff, anything other than complete and total professional domination would be considered an embarrassment to my prestigious lineage, and I was already off to a bad start. I wasn't a surgeon, I wasn't pioneering any medical advancements, my face would not appear on magazine covers. It was like Dad just found out the most useless princess had ascended the throne. Bree clicked away at her computer next to me. She was charting her patients. Her brown hair was tied up into a loose bun, and she had her stethoscope draped around her neck. She looked like the results of a Pinterest search for beautiful physician. Brianna Ortiz was an ER doctor like me. We'd met in med school. She was 34, Salvadorian, and very good at her job. So, Bree said, "Are you going to tell me what happened? The rumor mill's chugging out a story that Derek quit." She did a final tap and turned to me. I looked at her over my reading glasses. It's not a rumor. They're also saying he was wearing a wedding ring. She gave me a raised eyebrow. That I cannot discuss, I said, doing my own final tap on my keyboard. I signed an NDA. Your own brother made you sign an NDA, she deadpanned. He did. It's been a whole week of firsts. A nurse came out of room 4. "Nunchuck guy's here. Again." I groaned. "Send him to CT," we called in unison. Bree looked back at me. "So what did you do all week?" I sighed. Hung out with Derek and my parents. We went to that new restaurant in Wayzata on Friday, and Mom decided it was the time and place to give me her Team Neil speech about going with him to couples counseling. Said he deserves a second chance. I feel like he's asking people to talk to me. This is the second attempted intervention this week. The man boned an anesthesiologist. Who you have to work with? What doesn't your family get? I rubbed my temple tiredly. It wasn't just Neil's cheating. Bree and Derek were the only ones who knew the real reason why I wasn't giving him another chance. Bree wouldn't pee on Neil if he was on fire after what he'd put me through the last couple of years. But everyone else? Everyone loved Neil. My parents, our friends. He was the life of the party, everyone's buddy. I mean, they all started off sympathetic enough, I mumbled. How could he? I hope you threw him out on his ass. Blah blah blah. But then Jessica's birthday came up and everyone went to the lake house, and Neil and I weren't there, and I think it finally started to hit everyone that life as we all knew it for the last 7 years is over. Then it suddenly flipped to, well, have you considered counseling? It was just that one woman, he made a mistake and he knows it. I think he's sleeping on a futon at Cam's, I added wearily. Bree made a disgusted noise. The man's a surgeon. He's got to sleep on his 22-year-old sofa. He can't get a damn apartment. I think the second he does, this whole thing suddenly becomes real. Good. I hope his dick shrivels up and falls off. For real. She picked up her iced coffee. What did your dad say about it? She asked, talking around the straw. It's going to piss you off, I warned. Tell me. He said that Neil is brilliant and that sometimes brilliant people make mundane mistakes. She scoffed. Yeah, well, you're brilliant too, and I don't see you humping anesthesiologists. He also said he hopes I come to my senses soon because the summer holidays are coming up. He didn't. She gasped. Oh, yeah. He did. And Derek left me alone, trapped for 3 days in Cedar Rapids with this. I want to cage fight your whole family. I snorted. Yeah, me too. Why didn't you just tell your dad to go to hell? My laugh was for a joke much funnier than this one. You do not tell Dr. Cecil Montgomery to go to hell. No one did. I was raised to have an almost godlike deference to my legendary father. I didn't know anyone who didn't. You did not argue with him, you did not disagree with him, and you certainly did not tell him to go to hell. I went to the university my father told me to go to. I pursued the career he demanded. In fact, the only time, and I do mean the only time, that I ever dared disregard my dad's wishes was when I went into emergency medicine instead of surgery. He only let it go because Derek was the family frontrunner anyway, so I didn't really matter. That backfired. Bree poked at her ice with her straw. Your dad terrifies me. When he used to come to the ER, everyone would scatter like cockroaches. And then your mom would come in after him to do a spinal consult, all sweetness and light, mopping up the tears of the nurses. Why is there always a nice one and a mean one? Because there are two types of people in the world, difficult ones and easy ones, and they marry each other. Ha! She paused for a moment and eyed me. Okay. So tell me about the hickey. Telling everyone you burned yourself with a curling iron. Are we in 10th grade? I laughed. Did you have hate sex with Neil? I recoiled in horror. No. Why would you ask me that? Because you've been avoiding talking to me, so I can only assume that's because you don't want to tell me the hickey origin story. And the only kind of sex I'm gonna begrudge you is sex with Neil. I let out a deep breath. I did not hook up with Neil. She waited. Well. I made eye contact with her for a long moment, and she made a give it to me gesture with her hand. I met someone last week. She pulled her face back. You did? When? Where? What app are you using? No app. Remember the guy who towed me from the ditch? The middle of nowhere guy. That's the one. I went home with him. She blinked at me. You didn't. She breathed. I did. And then I ran out at 4:30 in the morning without waking him up. I cocked my head at her. Why the hell did you do that? Something wrong with him? I shook my head. No. There was absolutely nothing wrong with him. He was nice and sweet. I looked over at her. And 28. She grinned. Darn. You get it, girl. SHHHHH, I said, hushing her, looking around. I can't date a 28-year-old, Bree, I whispered. He's a baby. He's not your baby. Cam is 22, I said. Yeah, well, Cam is not your kid, and the only reason your ex had a 22-year-old son was because you were dating a man 10 years older than you. I shook my head. I didn't even date 28-year-olds when I was 28. Well, you missed out. They're just old enough to not be annoying and they have all that sexual energy. And you can train them. They're so eager to learn at that age, like puppies. She dipped her head to look me in the eye. Does he have any friends? I laughed. He did have energy, my cheeks went hot thinking about it. I'm going to be 38 this year, I said. I can't date a guy that young. Who says? If you were 28 and he was 37, nobody would bat an eye. Nobody batted an eye when you dated Neil, and they should have. That guy was an asshole. I pressed my lips into a line. Look, she said, going on. You're new to this whole single in your 30s thing, so you don't know what it looks like out there, and I'm here to tell you, it doesn't look good. It's like picking through a garbage heap looking for the least disgusting thing. Last week I had a guy bring me funeral flowers. Like, they were a cross and they had a picture of the dead guy in the middle. I barked out a laugh. I don't think he noticed until I pointed it out, she said. Oh, remember the Hawaiian shirt guy with the porn stash and all the cats who kept saying I looked like his next ex-wife? Like, seriously. These are the men we're supposed to get a UTI for. If you found someone you like, date him. Trust me. I was still laughing about the funeral flowers. I didn't even get his number, I said. You get his name? Yeah. His first one. She shrugged. So go find him. You said the town is small. How hard can it be? I didn't answer her. Was the sex good? She asked. I scoffed. The sex was incredible. Incredible. He did this thing where he lifted me against a wall, I whispered. We went 3 times. He was back up in under 2 minutes flat. I got tired before he did, and he was doing all the work. See, that's some 28-year-old shit right there. You think your cognac drinking, receding hairline, pushing 50-year-old our-time date is gonna give you that acrobatic sex? He's not. He threw his back out playing golf. I laughed so hard a nurse wheeling someone into a room turned to look at me. I was still snickering. Okay, but really though. I can't. I mean, what the hell am I even doing? What does he have in common with my friends? My family? She looked me dead in the eye. You know you can just fuck him, right? I gasped. I'm serious. You do not need to marry this man. You can just use him for sex. You are aware of this option? Of course I'm aware of the option, I whispered. But it wasn't like that though. I kind of liked him. He was charming. You had a one-night stand with a man you knew for how long? She waited. Well. I glanced at her. 3 hours. She nodded. 3 hours. And it wasn't like that. Her face called bullshit. You are very capable of casual sex, I promise you. I blew a breath through my lips. So what's this guy look like? She asked. I scoffed. Scott Eastwood in The Longest Ride, only with a beard. Oh, and he had a baby goat in pajamas. He didn't. He did. Her eyes were wide. I'd follow a clown into a storm drain if he had a baby goat in pajamas. His hands were rough, I said, somewhat distantly. I know it's weird to say, but I really liked it. He smelled good too. I stole his hoodie. She arched an eyebrow. You stole the man's hoodie? That's a serious crime. I'm going to hell, I know. I couldn't stop wearing it. It smelled like him and it smelled good. My friend Gabby told me once that she sent a blanket over to the breeder where she got her lab, so the puppy could get used to her smell before he came home. I felt like it was like that. Like I was getting used to Daniel via his sweatshirt pheromones, and he wasn't even here. I'd be lying if I said the fading scent wasn't making me want to go back and smell the real thing. I seriously couldn't stop thinking about the sex. I was thinking about it more now, almost a week later, than I had the day after it happened, like I developed a taste for it and now I was craving it. How old do you have to be a cougar? I asked. She laughed. Older than you. I can't believe I had a one-night stand, I whispered. Who am I? You know, it's only a one-night stand if you don't go back and do him again. I had to cover a snort, and she laughed. What? It's true, she said. I shook my head. There has to be science behind that kind of attraction, I said quietly. Something with the genes. That good, huh? That good, I said, turning to look at her. And it felt extremely mutual. It had been so long since I'd been made to feel like I was irresistible. Come to think of it, I wasn't sure I ever had. I was never this horny with Neil. Well, not unprovoked anyway. Our sexual relationship had always required lots of lead-up. Foreplay and whining and dining. But with Daniel, it didn't escape me that I'd wanted to see him naked an hour after meeting him. I'd pulled out my vibrator last night. The one that a week ago I was perfectly satisfied using as a full replacement for an actual sex life. I stared at that little pink contraption and realized that the one reason why I'd been ready to hang up my dating belt was because I'd never had sex good enough for me to go in pursuit of it. Now I had, and a vibrator wasn't going to cut it anymore. It sort of made me wish I'd stayed blissfully ignorant. "You should have seen how I came home," I whispered. "I got accosted by a loose pig while I was there, don't ask. My dress was caked in mud. I had a snout print directly on my ass, goat fur all over me. Then I stepped in a pile of dog poop in my black Manolos. The motion sensor lights went on and I panicked, so I ran and left it there." "You left your shoe," she deadpanned. "Like Cinderella." "Yeah. I did. And the hoodie I was wearing was camouflage." "So you came home in a muddy $2,000 dress wearing one shoe and your fuck buddy's camo hoodie?" I nodded. "That is correct. Like an old MacDonald walk of shame." "Did you have hay in your hair?" I started laughing. "Shut up." It was sawdust, actually, but I wasn't telling her that. "I would pay to replace that dress for one screenshot of you coming home in the Ring camera." "Well, your birthday is coming up." We were still giggling when a small huddle of brand new first-year residents touring the hospital came down the hallway and froze to stare at me, wide-eyed. "Oh, God," Bree groaned. "Yes, it's a Montgomery," she called. "You will be seeing them on occasion. This one is your attending. Be happy she's not her dad. Please move it along." She made a shooing motion with her hand and they scurried off. She rolled her eyes. "Do you ever get sick of that?" she asked, turning to me. "I don't even notice it anymore." She leaned back in her seat. "God, you guys are like the royal family. So what are you gonna do about all that? Derek's gone, so you're sort of the one now, right? You have to, like, kiss babies and christen pediatric wings." I squeezed my eyes shut. I hate this so much. I looked over at her. "You know the Star Tribune called me yesterday. They want to know what my plans were for the 125-year anniversary now that the torch has been passed on to the new generation." I put my fingers into quotes. "Apparently I am now delivering the keynote speech at the Quasquicentennial Gala in September." She made a face. "Damn. Can you just not do it? Say no?" I shrugged. "Sure. And then the hospital will lose $1 million for cancer research, the Montgomery Scholarship Program will cease to exist, half the initiatives for low-income families will be defunded, construction on the new transplant center will grind to a halt, and I'll become the shame of the Montgomery legacy." Wow. No pressure. Seriously. Mom made sure to remind me that the international donors won't fly in for the galas unless a Montgomery is in attendance. So I will be expected to be at every fundraiser to schmooze the elite from this day forward. Derek loves to schmooze the elite. Well, right now Derek is loving something else far more important. I sighed. I love what we do, I just hate the pageantry of it. It's like this unrivaled, bottomless tool for good and I'm the last one that can wield it, and I just wish it wasn't me. With great power comes great responsibility. I smirked, but she wasn't wrong. That's kind of cool though. You can save lives just by showing up in a cocktail dress. Hey, remember when Forbes called you guys the last great American dynasty and then Taylor Swift used that as the title of a song? Stop. What? It was hilarious. You're fancy. I'm proud of you. Also, can you autograph a few post-its for me? I sell them to the first-year residents. I have student loans. I flicked a pen at her, and we cracked up. Then Neil rounded the corner. The second we saw him, our humor ground to an abrupt halt. He made his way to the nurse's station in his sky-blue scrubs. At 47, Neil had a full head of silver hair, a strong square jaw, and a chin dimple. He was annoyingly good-looking, and what was more annoying was that he knew it. I saw him almost every day that I worked. He was the chief of surgery, so I was constantly handing patients off to him. But we didn't have any today, so this was probably a personal call. EA. Bree crossed her arms as he approached. Dr. Rasmussen. What can we do for you? She asked dryly. He ignored her and looked at me. Alexis, I'd like to speak to you. You can say anything you need to say to her in front of me, Wreck-It Ralph, Bree said. She's gonna tell me everything anyway. Saves her from having to do the sleazebag accent. I saw the flicker of annoyance on his face, but he pushed it down. I crossed my arms too. What do you want, Neil? He glanced at Bree and then back at me. It would be better if we talked in private. Better for who? Bree said. You? His jaw ticked. We need to discuss the house. The house. Actually, we did need to discuss it. We hadn't been married, but we had bought the house together 5 years ago. We were both on the title. He'd paid his portion of the mortgage the last 2 months, but it wasn't fair to expect him to keep doing it given that he wasn't living there, even though in my opinion it was the least he could do. I'd like to buy out your stake in it, he said. My arms dropped. What? I'd like to buy you out. I want the house. I stared at him, incredulous. I'm not selling you my house. It's not your house. It's our house. My friends are there, it's close to work when I'm on call, it has the running trails I like. Bree pressed her lips into a line. Aha. Well, guess you should have thought of that before you boned what's-her-face over there. She gestured vaguely to the exit. You're not getting the house, I said again. I'll buy your share, and you can buy something else. His eyes narrowed. You don't need it. It's too big for you. But not too big for you. My voice was a touch too high. Fuck you, Neil. I felt Bree jerk in her chair and stare at the side of my face. Nobody was around but the three of us. Nobody heard it. But I hardly ever stood up to Neil. I didn't know what was fueling this momentary surge of bravery. No, I knew exactly what was fueling it. It was the clarity from months of therapy. The realization that he was a manipulative, emotionally abusive asshole. And something else. For some reason, knowing that Neil wasn't the last man who'd given me an orgasm fortified my courage. I think it did more for this situation than any of the rest of it. The other night was proof that I was attractive and desirable, despite everything Neil had tried so hard to make me believe. Bree smirked, and we tag-teamed glaring at him. His jaw set. You don't know how to deal with the house. The pool needs to be opened for the summer, the sprinklers are shut off and blown out, there's a dead tree that needs to be removed before it falls on the roof, you need to put salt in the water softener. You don't do any of that, I snapped. You hire someone to do it. Hiring someone to do it is part of what it takes to run it. There's 101 things I manage there that you have no idea about. You're not capable of running a property of that size. My answer is no, I said. I will not have you uproot my life. I leaned forward. And anyway, if you got the house, how would you ever get the smell out? I cocked my head and watched him take the hit. It was an inside jab that only he and I understood, and one that made its mark. He pressed his lips into a line. Then he turned and stalked off. "Oh, my God," Bree whispered when he was far enough away that he couldn't hear her. "Holy shit, I've never seen you tell him to fuck off like that." "What happened?" I muttered. I blacked out. We watched Neil push through the double doors and disappear. Bree shook her head with a grin. "Look at that mantrum. 8,000 nerves in the clitoris and still not as sensitive as a white man not getting his way." She beamed at me. "I like this new you. My therapist says being consistent is the only way to deal with someone like him. That what you allow is what you teach. I have to set clear boundaries and enforce them." I'd say that was pretty damn clear. God, he's annoying. He's like that hair stuck to your shirt and you know it's there 'cause you can feel it on the back of your arm but you can't get rid of it. I laughed. "I'm never giving him that house." "You shouldn't." "I'm not. I spent an entire year furnishing it. I use those trails more than he does, and my friends live there too. That is my damn house." Then we sat there for a minute. I faced her. "I think I need to call that guy." "I think so too. I mean, I should return his hoodie, right? That's the right thing to do. What if it has sentimental value?" She looked amused. "What?" "Let's call this what it is. It's a booty call. You need this rebound. Someone to make you feel safe and beautiful and give you all the good sex you didn't have for the last 7 years. And he sounds perfect for the job. Too far away to be up in your shit. Too young to want a commitment. And we have nothing in common, so no way I'll get attached," I added. She nodded. "Not even a possibility." Chapter 7. Daniel. I sat at a high-top table in the VFW, nursing a warm beer. Doug was being annoying. This meant his anxiety was high. I was used to it, but my patience had been shorter than usual this week. April was one of my favorite months. No tourists, so I got to shut down the rental property and focus on my carpentry full-time. The weather was starting to get good and the leaves were budding, which I liked. But I was in a bad mood anyway. I couldn't stop thinking about her. About why she'd left. I felt like I'd frightened away some beautiful creature I'd never lay my eyes on again. I ran the night through in my mind over and over, and so many stupid fucked up things had happened, I couldn't put my finger on the one that had done it. Was it the pig? My loft? Me? I knew what it hadn't been. It hadn't been the sex. That had been amazing. For both of us. At least that was obvious. Her hands had been so soft. I'd threaded my fingers through hers when I was on top of her, but then I wondered if my hands were too rough for her. If she noticed the calluses and if it turned her off. Or maybe it was the massive pile of dog shit that Hunter had left like a present directly outside my front door that she'd stepped in. I knew this because she'd abandoned her shoe in it. I'd cleaned it. Not like I had any expectation that she'd come back for it. It had been a week. I never minded living in Wacken. It never bothered me that we only had a pizza place open during the summer, or that I had to drive 4 to 5 minutes to get to a Walmart or a Home Depot. But dating here was difficult. The small town didn't exactly have a single scene, and sleeping with tourists was never a means to an end. I didn't do Tinder or whatever the hell Doug was doing these days. I dated a girl named Megan from Rochester for a while, but there had never been that spark between us. Eventually she told me she was seeing someone else and broke things off with me. I hadn't even cared enough to be disappointed. But Alexis, I was disappointed about her. I don't know what else I expected. Chances were she would have left the next morning never to be seen again, even if she had stayed the whole night. But I hated it anyway. Everything about her had drawn me in. Her personality, her sense of humor. The curve of her body, the smell of her hair. I had to stop thinking about it. Especially because there was nothing I could do. "Hey," Doug said. "Let's do pull tabs." "I think I'm going home," I muttered, setting my beer on the table. He scowled at me. "Man, what's your deal? You still crying over that girl?" "You know what? Fuck you. Maybe if your pig hadn't been out running all over the yard." "Hey, don't blame your lack of game on me." He laughed into his glass of Coke. "Not my fault you couldn't close the deal." I didn't tell anyone we'd slept together. I told them she'd come home with me, I'd made her something to eat, and she left. I didn't want to cheapen our time together by making it fodder for Doug's jabs. And the truth was, even though it had only been sex, it didn't really feel that way. We'd had a connection. At least I'd thought we did. I'd probably imagined it. I had to have, right? Otherwise she wouldn't have left without giving me her number. I got up and started to pull on my jacket. Doug cleared his throat. "You can't just stay another 20 minutes. He glanced at me for a quick second, then looked away. Doug struggled with some mental health issues, depression and PTSD. It's why I was taking care of Chloe for him, because he needed his sleep. When he didn't get it, it made his symptoms worse. The off-season was hard on him. He needed interaction and projects, and when the tourists left he had neither. It had gotten so bad last year Brian and I had to take turns staying at Doug's house because we were worried he was going to hurt himself. This was another thing that sucked about Wacken. We had nothing. No dentist's office, no urgent care. The closest mental health professional was almost an hour away, which meant we usually just dealt with our shit instead of getting help for it. He'd taken the drive down to the Veterans Hospital a few times. They gave him some meds and offered counseling. But they wouldn't refill his prescription unless he kept seeing a doctor, and it wasn't really practical to keep schlepping out there to keep it up, so he didn't. I was glad he was asking for help. Even if it was just asking me not to leave him alone. I sat back down. "Yeah, sure. I can stay a bit." He took a swallow of his soda and nodded. "Thanks." He paused a moment. "So what happened with her?" he asked, softer now. "The girl." I blew out a breath. What didn't happen? Well, let's see. We got to my place, and I had to explain that I lived in the loft above the garage and not the beautiful historic mansion that we parked in front of. So that was fun. Then your pot-bellied pig came crashing out of the woods and got mud all over her dress. Like, all over it. I had to throw tomatoes down to get him off her. "I'm sorry, man. I fixed the fence," he said, looking genuinely apologetic. "It's fine," I mumbled. She was pretty cool about it, actually. She petted him, once she realized he wasn't dangerous. Then when we got inside, Hunter jumped on her too. I think the whole thing was just too much. But had it been? Because even after all that, she'd stayed. I made her dinner, and she played with Chloe. We talked. We did other things. It was weird because I felt like we'd spent the whole time getting to know each other, and at the end I still knew nothing about her. I didn't know her last name, where she worked, what she did. She was sort of cagey about it, so I didn't press it. Not that knowing would have helped. She obviously didn't want to be contacted or she would have given me a way to do it. I'd just look like a creeper tracking her down. Liz came by with a tray. "Anything else, guys?" "No thanks," I said as she picked up an empty peanut basket from between us. "So what happened with Alexis the other night?" she asked. She hovered, giving me a twisted lip smile that I didn't have to look up to know was there. "I knew my cousin. She was trying to poke me. I grunted into my beer glass. Didn't work out. Really? I thought she liked you. She was giving off some very interested vibes. I scoffed quietly. The phone started ringing, and Liz gave up her interrogation and went back to the bar to get it. Pull tabs? Doug asked again. $10, I said, fishing my wallet out of my jeans. That's it. And then I go home. Liz shouted at me from across the room. Daniel. You've got a phone call. I looked over at her in confusion. A phone call. She was grinning, holding her hand over the mouthpiece. Alexis. I stared at her for a few disbelieving seconds. Then I ran to the phone so fast I tripped over a bar stool and almost went flying. I limped the last few feet and took the cordless from Liz. Hello? A tentative voice came over the line. Hi, hello. I don't know if you remember me. We met last week. Alexis. A huge grin ripped across my face. Of course I remember you. Hi. Hi. I didn't think I was ever going to hear from you again, I said, walking the phone over to the hallway by the bathrooms where it was a little quieter. I thought maybe I did something wrong. She laughed. No. You didn't do anything wrong. At all. I smiled. I'm calling because I have a little confession to make, she said, sucking air through her teeth. Yeah? I stole your hoodie. I've been feeling really bad about it. So let me get this straight, I said, my smile so big there was no way she didn't hear it in my voice. You feel bad about stealing my hoodie, but not for running off on me in the middle of the night. I teased. Yeah, about that. I'm sorry. I'm a hoodie thief and a runaway. Well, you should know that one of those things ruined my whole week. The other thing was just a hoodie. She laughed. Can I mail it to you? I shook my head. Nope. Not fast enough. I'm gonna need that back immediately. Tonight preferably. I can come get it, just give me your address. Tonight, huh? Definitely. Poor hoodie, confused and lost. You're probably keeping it in a dark closet. Oh, no, your hoodie has been very well cared for, I promise you. I smiled. Are you wearing it? Well, you don't steal a hoodie and not wear it. Otherwise it's just another senseless crime. The idea of her wearing my hoodie made my heart pound. You know, I have a theory, I said, switching the phone to my other ear. Oh, yeah, what's that? I think you took that hoodie because you wanted a reason to come back here. Really? Yeah. And I think I know why. The baby goat. Are you using me to spend time with my kid? Because if you are, I have to be honest, I get it. She laughed, hard. Well, if I do come back there, am I going to be accosted by the pig again? Because that was a lot of excitement for one night. Okay, first of all, that pig has a name. It's Kevin Bacon. It's rude not to use it. She was laughing again. Kevin Bacon. Yep. Doug has a petting zoo, and he names them stuff like that. Like what? She asked. What else? Well, their scapegoat, that's Chloe's mom. Chloe's full name is Chloe Nosebleed. I ticked off on my fingers. The chickens are Mother Clucker and Chick-A-Last Cage, there's Barack Obama, the miniature horse is Al Capone. She howled. I grinned. The rabbits are Rabbit Downey Jr. and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Stop, she begged. You're kidding me. That's Doug for you, I said, grinning. So what's your address? I can leave in 30 minutes. I heard her let out a breath. She paused for a long moment. I'm sure you realize this, but I'm a lot older than you. I shrugged. So? Don't you want to know how old I am? Not really. It doesn't change anything for me. I'm going to be 38 in December. Okay, I said. I don't care. I didn't. She paused. Daniel, this isn't really a good time for me to get involved with someone. I'm not really emotionally available right now. No problem. We can just hang out. And you should know that I don't do what we did the other night. Ever. Yeah, she'd said that the other night. A few times, actually. Well, you should know I don't do it either. Ever. And I meant that too. I didn't. She went quiet again. There was something fragile in the silence. I got the feeling that if I hung up without getting her to agree to meet, I was never going to see her again. Like she would just disappear back into the universe. And something told me she could go either way. I cleared my throat. You are not going to believe this, I said. Doug just bet me $100 that I couldn't get you to see me tonight. Wild, right? She laughed, and I felt her decision tip. Okay, she said finally. But I'll come to you. I won't be able to get there for another 3 hours though. I don't live close. I looked at my watch. It was 4 o'clock. So what I'm hearing is you're staying the night. I'll tell you what. I'll put you up in the B&B, I said quickly. Your own room. It's closed for the season, so you'll have the whole house to yourself. Are you sure? I felt myself deflate a notch hearing she didn't want to sleep next to me. But beggars can't be choosers, and this was obviously something that had freaked her out the last time. I'm sure. And come hungry. I'll make us dinner. I got dinosaur nuggets. She laughed again. Okay. We exchanged cell phone numbers and I gave her the address to the house. Then I hung up and turned around to Liz and Doug standing directly behind me. They were both beaming. She's coming? Liz asked, looking excited. I dragged a hand down my mouth. Yeah. And then the anxiety hit me. What the hell am I gonna do with her? Doug scoffed. I think you know what to do with her, buddy. I gave him a look. You know what I'm talking about. It was the off-season. Nothing was open. We didn't even have a movie theater. I couldn't even take her for ice cream, nothing. What the hell did people in big cities do? What did we do? Bonfires? The VFW? Drive around? Take her for a drive, Doug said, like he was reading my mind. Panic ripped through me. She likes you, Liz said. She's coming here because she wants to see you. That's good enough. Was it? I mean, what the hell did I have to offer a woman like her? Well, there was one thing. And I must have done a pretty good job of it if she was driving 2 hours to have it again. At least there was that. Just keep her laughing, Doug said. When a woman laughs, her eyes are closed more. She won't notice how ugly you are. I snorted, despite myself. Call Brian, Liz suggested. See if he can help. I nodded. That was a good idea. Okay. Okay, what else? Doug threw back the rest of the Coke he was holding. I'll make the food. I can drop off a basket in a couple of hours. Really? He grabbed his jacket off the back of a bar stool. Yeah, really. I'll even throw in the good cheese. I nodded, feeling slightly better. Doug did wine tastings at his farm in the summer. He was a beekeeper and made his own goat cheese and honey. He actually knew how to put together a nice spread. Pick her flowers, Liz said. Women like effort. I nodded. Effort. Got it. With that figured out, I ran home. 3 hours felt like a lot, but it wasn't. I had to open the house up and get the best bedroom ready. I cleaned out my truck, which sounded like less work than it ended up being. I don't think I'd ever washed it. It was a work truck almost as old as I was. I cleaned my loft, my bathroom. I had to feed Chloe and change her pajamas. By the time I got in the shower, I had 30 minutes left. I was so damn nervous. I felt like I was getting a second shot at I didn't even know what. She sent me a be there in 5 text, and I came outside with Hunter and grabbed Chloe from her pen. I crouched in the driveway and looked my dog in the eye. Okay, buddy. No more messing around, got it? No jumping, hey. Look at me. No jumping. You see how good Chloe is? This is the kind of energy I need you to bring to this situation. Hunter leaned over and licked Chloe on the nose, and she made a cute little bleat noise. And do your business in the woods. We've got a whole forest. You don't need to do that in front of the garage. Best behavior. Hunter didn't look like he had any idea what I was talking about and started scratching his neck. His collar made a jingling full rotation, and then he stopped and blinked at me. His ear was inside out. Hunter was a 6-year-old retired hunting dog I'd gotten from a rescue. I'd only had him 3 months. He was a wirehead pointing griffon. He looked perpetually confused and was the worst listener I'd ever met, which was weird, because the previous owner told the rescue he was fully trained. Hunting dogs were strong-willed by design, but this one. I eyed him. Some help you're gonna be, I mumbled. I heard the sound of wheels on gravel and stood. My heart started to pound. I had a quick second of what if. What if the chemistry was gone or the attraction didn't feel the same, or I'd built her up in my head and she wasn't like I remembered. And the second I saw her, I knew I hadn't imagined a thing. Chapter 8. Alexis. I'd called him, and I was going back down there. What in the world was I doing? It was such a spontaneous thing, I didn't even really think it through. 1 minute I was standing in my living room, debating what to order from Grubhub for dinner, and the next I was Googling the VFW in Wacken and calling the number. I had no idea if he'd actually be there. He was. And the second I heard his voice, I knew I was spending the night in a bed that wasn't my own. I'd scoured my closet for the right thing to wear. I checked the weather in Wacken. It was 60 today, so I picked jeans, some plaid rain boots that could be hosed off if I stepped in poop again, and a flannel with a white tank top underneath it. I looked exactly like someone trying to look woodsy. I debated calling Gabby to ask her for help with what to wear, but then I'd have to explain why, and I wasn't ready for that talk at all. Daniel was not someone I could introduce to my friends. Ever. They would never get it. Frankly, I barely got it. My set of friends didn't know people with tattoos. Or beards. Or goats. Gabby's husband, Philip, was some big money manager guy, and Jessica's husband, Marcus, was a hotshot lawyer. Daniel was too young and too different from the men they were used to. He was too different from the men I was used to. Maybe that was the allure. There was definitely something very non-demanding about him. I didn't feel like I had to summon stimulating conversation or dazzle him. And he was so fun. Neil would have never hustled his friends in a bar. Neil would have been horrified to be in that bar. I packed some silky sleeping shorts and a matching black tank top. Not too sexy, but definitely not frumpy. I didn't want to look like I was coming there solely to seduce him, which I totally was, but I also didn't want to look like I wasn't making an effort. I showered, shaved my legs, did my hair and makeup, packed a quick overnight bag, and headed south before I had time to talk myself out of it. I listened to Lola Simone the whole way down. I decided, since I couldn't get to know my new sister-in-law in person, I'd do it through her songs. She had 11 albums, and I started with the first one. It wasn't really my kind of music. Sort of pop rock. Very early Britney Spears, which I guess made sense, since according to her Wikipedia, Lola was 16 when she made this. But her lyrics were pretty good. This time when I drove through the tiny town of Wacken, I looked around. Half the businesses were closed on the sleepy main street. An ice cream and fudge place, an old-timey photo shop, 2 boutiques, and half a dozen restaurants had unlit neon open signs and gone for the season posters in their windows. The motel I'd seen the other night on the drive-in had a closed for the season message on the marquee, and the RV park next to it looked abandoned too. But even in the off-season, Wacken was charming. The town was nestled between a river and bluffs. All the buildings were red brick with old-fashioned lampposts lining the sidewalks. Almost every shop had a black metal historical landmark plaque, though I was too far away to read the inscriptions. I crept past an antique shop, a bakery, and a pharmacy that looked like it had been there since the 1800s, with a faded mural of Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox painted on the brick side. There was a tiny bookstore, a barbershop, and a single cafe called Jane's Diner with an open sign hanging from a chain on the inside of the door. I drove half a mile more and finally turned down the gravel drive of Daniel's rental property. A sign I hadn't seen the last time was illuminated on the corner. The Grant House, 1897. The same year Royal Northwestern was built, I noted. Daniel was waiting outside, holding the baby goat. My heart leaped the second I saw him. I didn't know how I was going to feel seeing him again, if it would be awkward or whatever had attracted me to him might be gone. But the moment I laid eyes on him standing there, my pulse zinged. He was even handsomer than the last time, maybe because he had warning. He was wearing jeans and a black Jackson Waters t-shirt with a loon on the front, a thick brown leather bracelet on his wrist. His hair seemed more styled. Sort of coiffed up. He looked like he'd gotten ready. It was funny that Daniel's version of getting ready was a level of dress down that I'd never seen on Neil. But it fit him. And God, was it attractive. Daniel had that lithe, toned body type. Not a bit of fat on him, but he was muscular enough for it to not look lanky on his tall frame. I remembered he had broad shoulders sprinkled with freckles. Every time he'd lifted me, his abs had crunched like an accordion. My face flushed thinking about it. I parked. As I got out, Daniel came up to the car door to meet me. The dog bounded between us, tail wiggling back and forth. He stopped in the middle of his excited greeting and let out a long roo. Then he jumped on me. I caught him with an oomph, staggering back. "Hunter, down!" Daniel pulled him off me with his free hand, still cradling Chloe. "Sorry," he said. "It's okay. I came dressed for it this time." I smiled at the kid. "You're really milking this, aren't you?" "I know what I have." Then he leaned in and kissed me. It was sort of surprising. I mean, I was here for this, so I expected kissing at some point. But the sensual kiss as a greeting made this feel oddly familiar. Like I'd been here a dozen times and was just coming back again. Chloe was pressed between us, and she began nibbling on my shirt button. I started laughing, and Daniel smiled against my lips. "Are you hungry?" "Starving." He leaned away from me. Let me put her away. Hunter. He eyed his dog, who was sitting obediently at my feet. No jumping. We talked about this. He made the fingers to the eyes motion like he was watching him and then headed to the back of the garage. I smiled after him and grabbed my overnight bag from the passenger seat. When he came back, I was peering up at the house. It had been dark the last time I'd been here, so I hadn't gotten a good look at the place. It was getting dark now too, but the uplighting on the house was on this time and I could see it was a gorgeous Victorian, green with white trim. It had a wraparound porch, a swing, rocking chairs, and red geraniums hanging from flower boxes over the banisters. There was a historic landmark plaque by the front door with the same year as the sign in the driveway. This is beautiful, I breathed. It's been in my family for 6 generations, he said, taking my bag for me. You didn't want to live in it? I asked, walking with him to the steps. I can't afford to live in it, he said. He didn't seem embarrassed by the question, but I kicked myself for asking it anyway. It was like I'd forgotten that not everyone can just casually live in mansions. It was a disconnected let them eat cake moment, and it was the first time since I called him that I thought maybe I'd made a mistake coming here. I was so different from him that I didn't even know how to not carelessly insult him. I was afraid I was going to accidentally do it again. I still was internally beating myself up for this when he let us into the house. This is it, he said, closing the door behind us. I peered around the entry. It was beautiful. I sort of knew it would be, just based on the outside. There was a small check-in counter just inside the foyer and an impressive dark walnut staircase behind it with a switchback leading to the second floor. The banister was like a functional piece of art. Hand-carved floral appliques twisted along the railing. A beautiful period piece, probably original to the historic house. Stunning. The formal dining room on the left featured a long wooden table that would seat 12. A living room was on the right with a fireplace framed by green mosaic tile. Colorful glass Tiffany lamps, rich red curtains, antique Victorian furniture. The house was exquisite. I beamed down at my feet. Original hardwood floors. In a maplewood herringbone mosaic, he said, proudly. My great-great-great-grandfather did these. See how he inlaid oak for contrast in the switchbacks. Finished it with a colorless filler, white shellac, and a light-colored wax to preserve the natural color of the wood grain. He smiled. He knew what he was doing. And Daniel knew what he was talking about. Did he build this place? I asked. He did. He nodded. Come on, I'll show you the rest. He went into what sounded like a well-rehearsed tour as he walked me through the rooms. He pointed out Baroque antique monumental Italian with tall wall sconces, a German wall clock, a 19th-century Victorian hair wreath. It was like the place was frozen in time, trapped in the 1800s. I was totally in love with it. I adored antiques. I always wanted to buy some, but Neil complained they didn't match the style of the house. The Grant house had 4 bedrooms and bathrooms, and a view of the river out back, though it was almost too dark to see it. There was a 4-season porch with wicker chairs and another hearth. The landing on the switchback to the second floor had a huge stained glass window of a blue underwater river scene with swimming fish and diving loons. We viewed the bedrooms upstairs. Each one had a beautiful fireplace. In the 4th bedroom, he set my bag down. This is your room for the night. It's the best one in the house. I looked around, smiling. It had damask wallpaper, a 4-poster bed, and a crackling fire. This was a huge upgrade from Daniel's loft. I remembered when I walked into his garage that first night. It had smelled like cedar. Like the lumber section of a hardware store. The jagged teeth of a power saw had glinted on a table in the middle of the room, and various furniture projects had been cluttered around the concrete floor and walls. There was a weight bench that he obviously used and a row of muddy men's work boots carefully lined up by the side door. To the right was a small kitchenette where he'd made me that grilled cheese. To the left, a metal spiral staircase had led up to an enclosed loft with a tiny bathroom, a queen-size bed, and a large window that overlooked the garage. It had probably been an office once, but Daniel had converted it into a small bedroom. To his credit, the room had been spotless. The bed was made, and there weren't clothes thrown around. He hadn't known he was bringing a woman home, so it spoke to his cleanliness. And so did this. The room he'd put me up in was immaculate, and there were fresh flowers on the nightstand. I'd Googled reviews of the property on TripAdvisor before I headed down. 5 stars. A solid 5 stars. Every single review gushed about Daniel and how he'd gone out of his way to make them feel at home. Tales of practical heroism abounded. He'd gotten the pharmacist to open the store at 2 in the morning to buy Tylenol for a sick kid, and he'd changed a tire when a guest had a flat. He did things like leave a box of graham crackers with chocolate and marshmallows by the fireplace. He had guests on their 5th year of vacations on the property because they were so loyal to him. It went on and on and on. He was thoughtful and generous. I knew this already, having experienced his selflessness in our very first meeting, but it was nice to be able to attach a star rating to the man as well. It has so much character, I said on the way back down, almost more to myself than to him. He waited for me at the bottom of the stairs, then he opened the front door for me. "So what are we eating?" I asked. "We're eating out, actually." I paused on the porch. I wasn't sure I liked this. The town was small. I didn't want to advertise this liaison to everyone he knew. Did he? "Where?" I asked. He looked up at me from the bottom of the steps, amused. "Are you afraid to leave with me?" I crossed my arms. "No." "You do have the taser." "I don't think you're going to murder me. Though statistically speaking you're much more likely to be murdered by someone you know, so my chances are actually higher this time." He laughed. "You think I saved you from the raccoon ditch the other night just to murder you now? And technically aren't my chances of getting murdered higher now too? Should I be concerned?" I fought a smile. "I planned a picnic. Just us. But my friend Brian will be around to call an ambulance for me if you assault me." I laughed, relaxing. "Okay. Also, while we're on the subject of bodily injury, no hickeys this time." He pulled his face back. "I gave you hickeys. You gave me hickeys." "What?" "No, I didn't." He pulled his shirt down and showed me a fading purple blotch on his collarbone. My jaw fell open. "I did not give you that." "What? Who else would give me this?" He held his arms out and peered around with a grin. "How much action do you think I get around here? I'm not making out with anyone but you." I crossed my arms. "Okay, but seriously, I didn't do that." "Yeah, you did. I have scratches down my back too." I gasped, and his eyes twinkled. I did remember clawing at him a bit. He climbed the steps between us and slipped his hands around my waist. "It's okay, I liked it," he said, his mouth a fraction of an inch from my lips. I would have laughed if my entire body hadn't turned to jelly in his arms. God, he was so sexy. I think he knew it. He grinned at my breathlessness and whirled me off the porch to the ground. "Your chariot awaits." Chapter 9. Daniel. I went around and opened the door of the truck for her, and immediately started second-guessing my plan. I also regretted calling it a chariot. The bench seat she got in on had duct tape over the cracks in the leather. Damn. I should have put a blanket down on it. Even clean, the inside of my truck smelled like gasoline and oil. I never really noticed it before, but I was noticing it now. I pulled out of the driveway, overthinking everything. I couldn't give two shits what any of my last girlfriends thought about my truck, but Alexis was too fancy for this. Even out of the cocktail dress and heels, she was too fancy. It was in everything about her. She was so polished. The clothes she wore for Hunter to jump on looked like they'd never been worn before. The denim was too dark to have been washed even once. Diamond earrings, perfectly painted fingernails. Even the duffel bag she brought was a brand name so far out of my reach, I couldn't even afford it at a yard sale. Once, a cardinal flew down into the chimney in the living room, and I remembered how startling it had been to see this beautiful, bright red bird perched in the ashes. It was just like this. The ruin of my shitty Ford just highlighted the contrast, how out of place she was. Women like Alexis didn't live in ashes. They didn't live in small towns in the middle of nowhere where you couldn't get a damn steak in the off-season. They didn't ride around in tired work trucks and hold hands with men who had calluses. They lived in big cities with accomplished men who had important jobs. I stared at the road, feeling for the first time in my life like I wished I was the kind of man who owned a tie or a nicer car. She must have been thinking the same thing, because she put a finger to the hole where the radio dial used to be. I've never been in a truck before. I glanced at her. You've never been in a truck? Ever? She shook her head. Well, you're gonna love the tractor ride later. She laughed, and I felt a little better. At least she thought I was funny. So where are we going? She asked. It's a surprise. I slowed down and turned onto the dark, unpaved, wooded road to our destination, and she sat up a little straighter. Then she saw the sign illuminated at the entry of the lot, and she broke out into a dazzling smile. A drive-in? I grinned. I got Brian to open it just for us. I've never been to one, she said, almost in awe. She beamed at me, and all my reservations about the night slipped away. You've never been to a drive-in? No. We never really did this kind of stuff growing up. I pulled into the lot and parked us with the bed of the truck facing the screen. What kind of stuff did you do? I asked, putting us in park. Not stuff like this, she said. I guess that tracked. She didn't really strike me as a swimming hole, pinball machine in the pharmacy during the summer kind of woman. But I liked that I was giving her an experience she'd never had. It somehow seemed impossible that I could. Stay here for a second while I set us up, I said. I jumped out of the truck and went to the bed. I blew up a twin-size air mattress and covered it with a thick, red, patterned Aztec blanket. I'd brought some heavy blankets and pillows and propped them against the back window so we had something to lean on. I lit a citronella candle for the 1 or 2 mosquitoes that might be out this time of year and put it on the roof. Then I plugged in some white Christmas lights to a portable power inverter and ran those along the sides to give us some light to eat by. When I was done, I went to get her. I opened her door for her. All ready. She hopped out and came around the back. Oh wow, she said when she saw it, smiling. I helped her up and climbed in after her. Then I grabbed the picnic basket Doug dropped off and started pulling things out. Doug had outdone himself. There was homemade goat cheese with sliced pears drizzled in honey, dried fruits, bruschetta sandwiches on his fresh-baked crusty bread that he made himself with his own sourdough starter, 2 thermoses with hot chocolate in them. Doug was a lot of things. But when it came down to it, he was a very, very good friend. And I think he was trying to make up for the pig. She watched me set it all up. But when I handed her thermos, I noticed she looked a little serious. "What's wrong?" She shook her head. "This is all so nice." I sensed a but coming. "But I feel like I do have to remind you that I'm really not looking to date right now." "You didn't have to make such a big deal about me coming," she said. I stopped what I was doing. "Okay. We need to clear something up," I said, looking her in the eye. "When you come down, no matter what you come down for, I'm going to make a big deal over it. Because it is a big deal. You're driving 4 hours, round trip, to be here. That's not nothing. And if you're staying the night, this isn't going to be a quickie situation. While I'd like to say that I could spend all 12 hours of your stay pleasuring you, I can't." She laughed. "We're going to do other things," I said, going on. "We're going to eat, and we're going to hang out. And I'm going to put effort into that because you're putting in effort to be here. And it's going to be like that every time. Okay." The corner of her lip twitched. "Okay." I smiled. Part of this was my hospitality background and my upbringing. It was in my blood. I was raised to cater to the needs of tourists. My life and the lives of everyone in this town were dependent upon people enjoying themselves while in Wakan. But the other part was something else. I liked her. I wanted her to like coming here, because I wanted her to come back. I knew the second I saw her pull into my driveway that this couldn't be the last time. If all she wanted was sex for now, it could be just sex. I preferred sex with someone I liked and looked forward to seeing. This worked for me. But there was a connection. I'd sensed it before, and it was the same now. I couldn't explain it. I didn't know if it meant anything or if it would lead to something else. Probably not, all things considered. All I knew for sure was that she needed to come back. "What are we watching?" she asked, sitting with her legs crossed under her. "We can pick. Here are the options," I said, swiping open my phone to read the text Brian sent. "Okay, we've got Gremlins, Pretty Woman, Breakfast Club, Princess Bride." "Princess Bride," she said quickly. "As you wish." She smiled, and I shot a text to Brian, who was waiting in the projection room above the closed snack bar. A moment later the movie flickered to life. A message came up on the massive screen. "He must really like you. He begged me to do this. Enjoy the show." Alexis laughed. Fucking Brian. I felt my cheeks heat. I was grateful for the dim lighting. "You begged him, huh?" She smiled. "He didn't fold until I cried." She shook her head, still laughing. The screen went into a pre-movie reel. Silent ads for places in town that were closed until June. Black bugs zipped around in front of the screen. "What are those?" she asked, nodding at them. "Dragonflies," I said, wiping my hands on a napkin. "Though it's a little early for them. It's been kind of warm this spring." She squinted at them. "There's so many." I leaned back on my hands. My grandma used to say that dragonflies mean change is coming. She went quiet for a moment. "Must be a lot of change." "It must." I kept glancing at her while we ate in the white glow. She was so beautiful. I couldn't believe I'd gotten her to come back here. Made me a little proud of my sex skills. "Does Brian own the drive-in?" she asked, eating a dried apricot. I nodded. That and the grocery store. And you're the mayor, and you run a bed and breakfast. We all wear multiple hats around here. Liz works at the VFW and waits on tables at Jane's 3 days a week. Doug does odd jobs. And the mayor thing really isn't a big deal. It's mostly town hall meetings. For what? I snorted, picking up a cracker. For me to resolve petty squabbles. Like? I chewed and swallowed. Well, like telling the Lutzons they can't have chickens on the roof of the barbershop because the feathers are blowing into the candy store across the street. Barking dog complaints, judging the butter carving contest in Doug's barn on Halloween. You know, important stuff like that. She laughed. I took a sip of hot chocolate. So are you going to tell me what you do for a living? She gave me hooded eyes. I mean, isn't it more fun if I'm mysterious? I think it's more fun if I get to know you. She twisted her lips. She didn't want to tell me. Is there something nefarious you think I'm going to do with this information? I teased. She tucked her hair behind her ear. I'm in the family business. Which is? How about I give you 3 guesses? I smiled. Okay. And what do I get if I guess right? She arched a playful eyebrow. What do you want? I want you to come back next weekend. She gave me an amused smile. Okay, she said. You have a deal. I rubbed my hands together. Do I get any questions before I guess? She shook her head. Nope. You have to go in cold. Crap. This was going to be hard. I tried to think of the little I knew about her. She was polished and elegant. Smart. My guess was a white-collar job. She obviously came from money, so she probably made a lot, whatever she did. A lawyer, I said. She tilted her head. Do I seem like someone who negotiates for a living? You hustled Doug, I pointed out. She laughed. No. Not a lawyer. CEO. Nope. Damn, I whispered. That's 2, she said, smiling. 1 more. I pursed my lips. Banking? She shook her head. No. I puffed air into my cheeks. So what are my chances of getting you to come down next weekend anyway? I gave her a raised eyebrow. Not good. So you're saying there's a chance? She laughed at the movie screen. Let's just see how tonight goes. We finished the food right as the movie started, and I put everything in the picnic basket and pulled out a blanket so we could lie down. I was glad it was a little cold, because she needed me for warmth. She scooted over and let me put an arm around her. She snuggled into the crook of my elbow, and it was so familiar and comfortable I had to remind myself this was only the 2nd time we'd been together. And damn, she smelled good. It was intoxicating. I didn't even want to watch the movie, I just wanted to put my nose to her neck, and I knew if I did, both of us would end up with hickeys again before we drove out of here. I tried to behave myself and watch the show, but I got the sense her attention wasn't faring much better. I made a mental note to take her upstairs before taking her out next time. Neither of us could focus. Wesley was sword-fighting Inigo Montoya when I glanced down at Alexis again. But she wasn't looking at the screen. She was looking at the sky. She noticed me and turned so her lips were an inch from mine. I don't remember the last time I looked at stars, she said quietly. Maybe never. It's so peaceful here. We don't have the light pollution, I said. The stars are always really nice in Wakan. I dropped my eyes to her mouth. She cleared her throat and looked down at the arm I had lying across my stomach. Tell me about your tattoos. I held up my arm to show her. It's roses on both sides. Why? These are the flowers from the banister on the stairs. They were one of the first things I remember as a kid. One of my favorite things in the house. And Grandpa always brought Grandma roses. She traced a finger over a petal, and I watched her. I felt my heart picking up just from this tiny contact, like even this minor attention from her was enough to put my body on alert. When she got to my wrist, I threaded my fingers in hers. She closed her hand around mine and I smiled. Maybe women like this did hold hands with men with calluses. She tipped her head up again to look at me. Why don't you have a girlfriend? She asked. What? You're sweet. You're thoughtful. You're not hard to look at, and the sex is, why don't you have one? The sex is what? I beamed. She propped herself on her elbow, our hands still clasped between us. Well. I propped myself too. I was seeing someone up until a few months ago. It wasn't serious. Why wasn't it serious? She asked. I shrugged. I don't know. I just couldn't ever see her past a day, I guess. What does that mean? I never envisioned her in the future. I only ever wanted to see her the day I wanted to see her. You know how when you like someone, you want to make plans with them? I never wanted to make plans with her. But you want to make plans with me next weekend, huh? I grinned. Busted. She laughed. I get that whole day thing, she said. At the end I couldn't even see my ex past a minute. Oh yeah? What was he like? She gave me a one-shoulder shrug. Arrogant. A surgeon. I felt myself deflate. So I'd been right about the kind of men she liked. Educated. Accomplished. The opposite of me. Surgeon. Maybe that's what she did for a living. Are you a surgeon? I asked. Her smile fell a little. That's 4 guesses. But no. There was something a little tight about the way she said no. I didn't know how to respond, so I did the only thing I could think of to fill the silence. I leaned forward and kissed her. Turns out, it was the right move. I'd had chemistry with other women, but I'd never experienced animal magnetism before. It's the kind of thing that's unmistakable when it's happening, and it happened with her. The same as last time, only stronger. The sexual tension between the two of us was like a sunflower turned to the sky. I'd felt it even when she was gone, I realized. Like my body was looking for her even though I didn't know where she was. It was a shift in gravity. 2 bodies in a hammock, or an old mattress that dips in the middle. I could feel us rolling toward each other. It's the kind of pull that's easier to give into than it is to get out of. Chapter 10. Alexis. We'd just gotten home from the drive-in. He'd chased me giggling up the steps, and I had my back pressed against the door of my room. That was fun, I said, biting my lip. I love The Princess Bride. I think we could have paid better attention though. Daniel closed the space between us, and his body heat bore down on me. Inconceivable, he said, crushing his lips to mine. His kiss was warm and wet and perfect, and a rock-hard boner pressed into my stomach. I broke away, breathless. You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. He laughed, and firm hands slid around my waist and down my back. Oh, my God. I'd made out with a boy in the bed of a truck. We probably would have done a lot more than that if Brian hadn't been in the projection room and we'd had a condom. I'd reverted back to 16 years old, only I'd never done this stuff at 16. At 16 I was taking AP chemistry courses and volunteering at the hospital. I was not making out with good-looking small-town boys in the beds of trucks. Daniel pulled away an inch from my mouth. His hot breath rolled over my lips. My underwear was drenched. "Good night," he whispered. Then he pushed off me and started down the hall. I stared after him in shock. "What, you're not?" He turned to look at me. "Not what?" He blinked at me innocently. I mean, you're not going to stay." "Oh, for that. I want to. Obviously." He gestured to the front of his pants and made a face like any other idea was ridiculous. "But I can't. That was my grandparents' bedroom. I wouldn't be able to do the things I want to do to you in there. Wouldn't feel right." "Well, there's 3 other rooms." He shrugged. "They're not made up." He put a thumb over his shoulder. "Of course, we could always go back to my loft." He smiled. "I can't really think of a single thing I wouldn't do to you in my own bed. All night. As many times as you want." So that's what this was about. I crossed my arms. "You really want me to spend the night with you, don't you?" "I want you to do whatever you're comfortable with. And you could always come back here to sleep later." He put a hand up. "Unless I make you too tired to walk the short distance from the garage to the house. Which you should know is my goal." His dimples popped. "Also, this place is haunted. I wouldn't sleep here alone." He made a fake scared face. I laughed, and his eyes sparkled, and he knew he had me. Not because I believed in ghosts, but because he was too adorable to refuse. Daniel somehow managed to be charming and completely down to earth while also exuding pure sex. It was the most baffling combination. And one I wasn't capable of refusing. Chapter 11. Daniel. The phone woke me up at 7:30. Alexis was still here, naked and curled up next to me in my bed. I filed this away as a victory. I didn't want her to get used to staying in the big house. It wouldn't always be available, and it wasn't where I lived. Where I did live wasn't great, but it was where I lived. And the sooner she got comfortable staying at my place, the better, because she had to keep coming back. She had to. The sex was unreal. It was like finding the perfect dance partner and then only getting better because now you were practicing together. I couldn't keep my hands off her. Hell, she couldn't keep her hands off me. I was going to have to start keeping Gatorade on the nightstand. I leaned over and picked up my ringing cell with a smile. "Hello?" "Hey, hon, it's Doreen. Hope I didn't wake you." "It's fine," I said, rubbing my eyes. "What's up?" "Popeye didn't come in this morning. Now, I know sometimes he runs a little late, especially if Jean's dog's been doing her business on his lawn and he's getting into it with her, but it's almost 20 past and he's not here. I didn't want to call for the sheriff, 'cause you know how Pops feels about Jake." "Shit. All right, thanks for letting me know. I'll head over there now." I hung up. Alexis sat up on her elbows. "Everything okay?" I threw off the covers and started jumping into pants. "I have to run out," I said. "I don't know what time I'll be back. I need to check in on someone." "Is it medical?" "I think so." She got up too. "I'll go with you." I didn't argue. 1, because I didn't like losing time with her, and 2, because if Popeye was still alive, I could probably use the help. He was a handful. He always took to women, so he'd probably put up less of a fight if she was there. She got dressed quickly, and Hunter followed on her heels right up until she jumped in the truck. "What happened?" she asked, slamming the door. I fired up the engine. "Popeye didn't come into the diner this morning," I said as I backed down the drive. Pops was like clockwork. He was at the diner by 7 o'clock every single day, rain, sun, or snow. If he didn't come in, something was seriously wrong. "Popeye?" she asked. "He squints with one eye." "Kinda looks like him," I said as I turned onto the road. It was only a 2-minute drive. "How old is he?" she asked. 90 at least. "Any pre-existing conditions?" I shook my head. "I don't think so." "Dementia, high blood pressure, diabetes?" I glanced at her. "I don't know. Nothing he's ever mentioned. He's pretty sharp." "Any idea what medications he's on? Has he ever been hospitalized?" I blinked at her. "No." I wanted to ask her about the questions, but I didn't have a chance because I was pulling up to his tiny one-story house. I put the truck in park. "Stay here." She got unbuckled. "I'm not staying in the car." "What if he's dead?" "I think I can handle it." I arched an eyebrow. "What if he's naked?" "Nothing I haven't seen," she sang and got out. I smiled after her, then jogged up the walkway and knocked. "Pops? You there?" I gave him a minute. When he didn't answer, I fished the spare key to his house off my keychain. Popeye was armed and not afraid to shoot, so I knocked and called out as loudly as possible as I opened the door. I pushed it in slowly and peered inside. "Pops?" A moan came from the bedroom. I ran through the dark, musty house and burst through the door. Popeye was on the floor next to the bed. He was awake and sitting up, still in his pajamas, his back propped against the front of his nightstand. "Hey, you okay?" I crouched next to him. I fell getting out of this damn bed. Couldn't get my feet under me to get back up. "Well, help me for God's sake." I put an arm behind him and helped him to the edge of the mattress. He smelled horrible. Acrid sweat and ammonia. My eyes started to water. "Jesus, Pops, you're ripe. When's the last time you had a shower?" He yanked his arm away. "Who the hell are you, my wife?" he snapped. Well, at least he wasn't injured enough to stop barking at me. "Do you think you broke anything?" He glared at me under his thick white eyebrows, stark against his black skin. "No, I didn't break anything. Got to piss like a racehorse though. Took you long enough to get here." Alexis knocked on the doorframe and came up next to me. "Hi, Popeye. I'm Dr. Alexis. Is it okay if I have a quick look at you?" I stopped and stared at her. "You're a doctor?" "I am." She smiled at Pops. "Does anything hurt?" He eyed her like he was trying to decide if he should trust her. "No." She pulled out her cell phone and turned on the flashlight. "Just a quick light here." She flashed it in his left eye, then his right. "Good. What's your full name, Popeye?" He looked at me and then back at her. "Thomas Avery," he grumbled. "Can you tell me what day it is?" "It's Wednesday," he said grumpily. "Tuna melt day at Jane's." She looked at me for confirmation on the tuna melt, and I nodded. Then she took his wrist and put 2 fingers on his pulse, looking at her watch. It was like she'd transformed before my eyes. Everything about her shifted. She was a professional all of a sudden, going through a routine I could tell she'd done a million times. I just stared at her. "What were you doing when you fell?" she asked Pops. "Just getting out of bed." "Do you have any conditions you can tell me about? High blood pressure?" A history of strokes. Heart attacks. He shook his head. Fit as a fiddle. She smiled and peered over at his nightstand. Are these the only medications you're on? Far as I know. She picked up the 2 bottles and studied them. She shook one. Did you take this with food? I take it like I always take it. With water before I get up. She smiled. If you don't take this one with food, it can make you dizzy. Do you have some crackers you can keep by the bed? Something to put in your stomach next time? He shook his head. Okay. Well, we'll get you some. I think you're in good shape. But you need to follow up with your primary care physician, okay? A fall at your age can be a big deal. Fine. Mind if I take a piss now? She grinned at me. I helped him stand so he could use the toilet. He shuffled into the hallway bathroom, mumbling to himself. As soon as the door clicked behind him, I looked at her. I'm going to check around for other medications, she said, walking out of the bedroom. I stared after her. A doctor? I felt like the chasm between us had just deepened. It was like every time I thought I was leveling up, I realized I wasn't even close. A damn doctor. I blew a breath out and looked around. The place was a mess. Pops, is Jean still cleaning for you? I asked through the door. When's the last time she was here? The long sound of Popeye relieving himself tinkled from the bathroom. I told her to piss off weeks ago. I dragged a hand down my face. This place looks like shit. I started gathering all the clothes on the floor and tossing them into a pile. Who's doing your laundry? The bathroom door opened, and he came out, grumbling. I'm doing it. She did a crap job. Made my t-shirts smell like petunias. We need to get you in the shower, I said. Do you need help? He nodded in the direction of the kitchen, a white caterpillar eyebrow raised. She could help me. I saw Alexis stifle a smile through the doorway. I slapped a hand on his shoulder. Okay, old man, let's go. He had a hard time stepping over the rim of the tub. I had to brace him, and he almost had another fall. I'll come get you when I hear the water turn off. Don't try getting out without me, I said. Yeah. Get the hell out. I went over to talk to Alexis while the shower was running, leaning on the counter by the sink. Does he have any bruising? She asked. Not that I saw. Does he have any family? Who takes care of him? I rubbed the back of my neck, looking around the dim house. Nobody? All of us? It's sort of a group effort. Daniel, she said, her voice low. He's going to need more help than he's getting. He needs food in the house and someone to make sure he's showering. I dragged a hand down my beard. He told me he fell getting in the tub last week. I think it scared him. You can put a call into Adult Protection Services. Try to get him a personal care assistant, Meals on Wheels. I shook my head. It's hard to get help out here. I'll work out a schedule. I'll get someone in here once a day to clean, check on him. And I'll install a railing in the bathtub. Maybe some treads on the floor of the shower. She nodded. And he needs to take those pills with food. He probably fell because he got dizzy. Okay. I'll give them to Doreen. She'll give them to him with his breakfast when he comes into the diner. She smiled. What? She shook her head. It's just, I don't know. I like that you guys take care of each other. That's how it is here. It's what we do. I tilted my head, noticing something. Did you put makeup on? We'd ended up in the shower last night. She didn't have any on when she went to bed, and she got up when I did. At least I thought she did. Yeah, she said, tucking her hair behind her ear. Why? I looked at her, confused. When? She paused. Before you woke up. I blinked at her. You got up just to put makeup on? Weren't you tired? You didn't want to sleep? She didn't answer me. I hope you didn't do that for me, I said. I don't care what you wake up looking like. I meant it. I didn't. Her face called bullshit. I don't care about that stuff, I said. I'd rather you sleep. If we're gonna be pulling all-nighters, I need you to keep your strength up. She laughed. Then she bit her lip. Okay. I nodded at the house. I'm gonna clean up a little. When he's ready we can take him to go eat at Jane's. But she shook her head. I think I'm going to head out. My lips fell. You're not going to stay for breakfast? She slipped her hands into her back pockets. No, I have stuff to do at home. You don't have to drive me back to the house, I remember the way, I can walk. It's not far, and you didn't lock the garage. You take him to eat. She didn't want to be seen with me. Not out in public anyway. She'd been perfectly willing to stay for breakfast when we were back at the house. I didn't know what I expected. I guess it was a tall order, asking her to go around town with me. Things were new and we didn't really know what this was yet. But it still bothered me. Okay, I said. When can I see you again? She gave me a non-committal one-shoulder shrug. I don't know. I'll text you. She stood on her tiptoes and gave me a quick peck. I had a really good time. She smiled. Thanks for having me. Yeah. Thanks for coming. I watched her let herself out, disappointed that the visit was over. While I waited for Pops, I went around combing for dishes. Then I grabbed a trash bag and started chucking old newspapers and takeout containers. The place was wrecked. Dusty and cluttered. A long double-barrel shotgun lay across the coffee table. It was bigger than Popeye was. He'd been cleaning it, and a metal rod and oil-soaked rags lay tossed around next to a box of shells. I hoped he wasn't planning on shooting Jean's dog. Or Jean. I came back into the kitchen and pulled out the kitchen trash. When I heard the shower shut off, I went to get him, and a few minutes later he came out dressed and clean. Popeye wouldn't let me help him into the truck. The diner was only a block away, but I could tell by how slow he was moving that he was a little sore from his fall. The second giveaway was that he didn't fight me to let him walk there. I pulled up as close to the door as possible without it looking like I was trying to baby him, which he'd hate. Doreen was relieved to see him, and we sat at the counter. Doreen poured coffee in our cups, and when she was gone, Popeye mumbled at me. She'll come calling. I poured half and half into my mug. Who? He pivoted to look at me. The doctor. Acting like you don't know who I'm talking about. He muttered. The town will get her back. I wrinkled my brows at him. I don't follow. The town. It'll get her back. It picks who it wants. I've known every lifer going back 9 to 6 years. I know one when I see one. Your grandparents, you, Doug, Doreen. Not your mama. I knew it the moment she came into the world, she weren't for here. The town knew it too, let her leave. I blinked at him. Let her leave. He looked at me for a moment, squinting with his good eye. It's alive, you know. What's alive? This place. It breathes like you and me. It's got magic in it. I grabbed the sugar jar, amused. Magic, huh? He glared at me. Go ahead, poke fun at me. But when things start happening you can't explain, snow in July, lucky coincidences, you'll change your tune. There ain't no coincidences here, boy. It's the town, protecting itself. And I'm telling YA, it likes that girlfriend of yours and it'll get her back. I sighed. Maybe he was getting a little confused in his old age after all. Not that I couldn't use some mystic intervention. She was a doctor. We didn't have people like that here. Hell, I think there were less than a dozen college-educated people in the whole town. We were all in the service industry, we didn't have white-collar jobs in Wakan. We didn't have a clinic where she could work, let alone a hospital. We didn't even have a blood pressure machine in the pharmacy. I finished breakfast and took Popeye home. When I got back to my place, Alexis was gone. I sat on the bottom of the spiral steps, looking out into the garage. Hunter trotted over and sat next to me. I looked at my dog and scoffed. Please tell me you're kidding. Is this how you looked when she came back? We're trying to make a good impression and both your ears are inside out. He blinked at me, and I had to laugh. He had a pink lipstick kiss on his forehead. I smiled and flipped his ears back and let out a long breath. How you think we did, buddy? Think she'll call us? He looked over at me, his tongue lolling out of his mouth. Then I noticed my black hoodie was missing from the hook by the front door. Chapter 12. Alexis. I was on a run with my next-door neighbor, Jessica, on the trails by our house. I'd gotten home from Daniel's a few hours earlier. My friend Jessica was 45 and statuesque. She was an OBGYN at Royal Northwestern and married to a lawyer named Marcus. She hated him. How can you tell when it's time to put salt in the water softener? I asked. My hair tells me, she said flatly. Jessica was always a little crabby. What? When my hair stops feeling soft, I know the thing's out of salt. Why? I have to do it now that Neil's gone. I'll come over and show you. I'm the one who does it at my house. Heaven forbid Marcus lift a finger. She checked her watch. So where were you? She asked. You missed Bunko at Gabus last night. I know, I said. I was out of town. She looked straight ahead. If you're getting work done, I want to know where. What? New York. LA. You're glowing. Was it that new light therapy? Appeal? Don't be selfish, we share this information. I didn't get work done. She looked over at me and studied the side of my face. Okay. Then where were you? I went quiet for a second. Mostly because her legs were longer than mine, and I had to run harder to keep up and I couldn't talk through it like she could. But also because I needed to gather my thoughts. I'd called Jessica because between her and Gabby, she was the one who'd be the most receptive to what I was doing with Daniel. And I was going to have to tell them eventually. My neighbors saw everything. Everything. They watched their security cameras from their phones at work like it was their favorite channel. If I came home late or not at all, it was only a matter of time until they noticed. And I'd rather get ahead of it. Especially because I was pretty sure this Daniel thing was going to keep being a thing. Not a serious thing. Not a forever thing. But definitely a frequent thing, at least for now. I liked him. He was fun. And the sex had been even better this time, if that was possible. I didn't stay for breakfast. There was only one diner in town, and I didn't want to advertise the whole hay. I woke up here. With him. We had sex, thing that would be very obvious if we'd shown up together. We weren't dating, this was a fling. We didn't need to let everyone know about it. I was at a guy's house last night, I said finally. Jessica stopped running. Well, she said, not looking in the least bit surprised. Who is he? I put my hands on my hips, catching my breath. I met him a week ago. I've seen him twice. I'm going to keep seeing him, I think. Okay. She looked at her heart rate on her Fitbit. And where do you meet? I pulled out my water bottle and took a drink. I met him after the funeral last week, driving through his town. Have you told Gabby? I shook my head. No. Not yet. You can tell her if you want. It's not really a big deal. I just figured I should tell you guys before you start to notice me not coming home at night. Does Neil know? Nope, I said, making a popping noise on the pee. Good, she said dryly. Get all your rage sex out of your system and then you two can get back together with an even score. My smile fell. Jessica, I'm not getting back with him. Ever. Aha, she said dismissively, stretching her hamstring. Jessica. I gave myself a long moment. Do you know what he used to do? I asked, looking over at her. He used to tell me I smelled bad. She wrinkled her forehead at me. What? Right before we'd walk into a party or a restaurant or something, he'd lean in and go, "Did you take a shower today?" And you know me. I'm compulsively clean. I'd be half an hour out of a bubble bath, and he'd wrinkle his nose and tell me my deodorant wasn't working. I'd go to kiss him, and he'd turn his face and ask me if I'd had onions for dessert. You don't smell, she said. I would tell you. Yeah, well, I was so freaked about it, I had Bree give me a full physical to see if something was wrong. Came back with nothing. I went to the dentist to see if I had an issue with my mouth, same thing, nothing. He wouldn't touch me or kiss me. I was taking 3, 4 showers a day at the end, brushing my teeth constantly. I was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. And you know what my therapist said? She said it's a form of abuse. That he was purposely lowering my self-esteem. Someone on a bike chimed their bell, and we stepped onto the grass shoulder. We waited for them to whiz past us before I continued. I rubbed my forehead. It's so much to unpack, Jessica. I feel like I've toppled down a therapy rabbit hole over the last 6 months. It was good in the beginning. He was nice. We got serious, bought the house. He was kind of cranky sometimes, but it wasn't bad. Then he started making these little comments about how I looked. Didn't that used to fit better? Why do you look so tired? Joking that if he'd known how much I was going to let myself go once we were living together, he would have never moved in with me. Let yourself go. She sounded annoyed. I don't think I've ever seen you without lipstick. Yeah, well, it just kept getting worse. After a while he wouldn't even talk to me in the morning until I had my face on. I'd wake up and he'd lean in and sniff and shake his head, and then he'd be irritated all day like I'd picked a fight with him. I started getting up before he did to get ready. 6 a.m. and I'm showered and in full makeup. And if I didn't do it and he made some comment, I'd find myself apologizing, like his reaction was completely reasonable. He was always in these bad moods. I never knew which Neil I was going to get. One day he's cooking me a nice dinner, my favorite bottle of wine, and the next he's mad at me for God knows what because he won't even speak to me. It was like he liked me on eggshells. Like as long as I was running after him, begging him to tell me what was wrong, what I could do better, he was happy. I could never relax, I started getting depressed, I had anxiety all the time. I was miserable and I felt totally trapped while at the same time feeling grateful that he was with me, because who else would want me? She shook her head. Ali, I had no idea. I scoffed. I had no idea either. It started so gradually, I didn't even notice it was happening until it was so bad it was my whole life. It wasn't until I had a therapist breaking it down for me that I even realized what he was doing. It was like I'd been brainwashed into thinking this was normal. 2 joggers passed us, and we went quiet until they were out of earshot. I let out a long breath. I almost died of relief when he had that affair, because now I didn't need an excuse to leave him. Neil cheated, so I IFT. He's the bad guy, I'm out. Cut and dry. Only it's not, because now he's playing the whole remorseful ex thing and everyone feels sorry for him. And I don't think he even expected me to break up with him. I think he actually thought I was going to stick around and keep what he did quiet like I always did because I'd be so embarrassed that I was disgusting enough to drive him into the arms of another woman. Her face was hard. Who else knows? She asked. Brie? I shrugged. I told her after, when I was starting to understand it myself. I mean, she never liked him. But he never did it in front of anyone, and it's sort of hard to explain. Can you imagine me trying to tell you guys this? Convince you that Neil was mean to me? Everyone's favorite guy, Neil. Complain about him being a good boyfriend and letting me know that my breath smells bad. You'd probably be more inclined to think that he was trying to help me out than to believe that he was being purposely cruel. It wouldn't even surprise me if you didn't believe me now. I believe you, she said flatly. I blinked at her. Ali, men are 2 things. Disappointing and consistent. I believe you. I don't know what it was. Saying it out loud to someone I'd hidden it from for so long. The tiny victory of claiming one of our mutual friends to my side, or just having someone else know it and believe it, but my chin started to quiver. I should have known, right? I whispered. I know what abuse looks like. But I just thought it was different, you know? Someone hitting you, calling you names, yelling. I didn't know it was like this. I wiped under my eyes with the side of my hand. Honestly, he did me a favor with that woman. I should send her an edible arrangement. You should. Use his credit card. I laughed weakly. She gave me a moment to compose myself. Then we turned and kept walking along the tree-lined trail. So you're seeing someone, she said, circling back to the beginning. Yeah. I sniffed. It's not serious. Just do me a favor with your new boy toy. Be safe. Bring your own condoms, watch him put it on, and make sure it's still on when you're done. I glanced at her. Why would it not be on? Because they take it off. I pulled my face back. Like, on purpose. She scoffed. Ali, never underestimate what a man will do for 5% better sensation. My days are filled with unplanned pregnancies and STDs from husbands. Men are shit. It's why I stay with Marcus. He's too busy to screw anyone else, let alone me, she mumbled. I wrinkled my forehead at the trail. That's sad. The devil you know, she said dryly. Oh, which reminds me. You're not going to like this. I glanced over at her. What? Marcus's birthday next weekend. Yeah? He invited Neil. I stopped walking. Why? He said it's his birthday and Neil is his friend, and he wants him there. Believe me, I tried to talk him out of it. I scoffed. Well, guess I'm not going. No, you shouldn't. I don't want to go either. Screw 'em, they can make it a boys' trip. I looked at her gratefully. We should just find a day spa or something and go do that. A bed and breakfast. Gabby will go where we do. She always does. I smiled. Thank you, I whispered. Don't thank me. God, what a dick. She squinted at the houses ahead of her and stopped walking. Why are the police in your driveway? I froze. We were a few houses down from mine. She was right, there was a cop car in front of my garage. They were there with Neil. What's going on? Jessica asked as we approached the two men. Neil turned and gave me the practiced look of contrition he gave the families of his patients when they didn't make it out of his operating room. Ali, let's go have a private conversation. What are you doing here? I asked, crossing my arms. If you wanted your stuff, you should have just texted me. I'm moving back in. The words hit me like a freight train. What? I have a legal right to be here. I'm on the deed, and I'm a resident of the property. You moved out. We had a disagreement, he said to the officer, not to me. I stayed with my son for a few weeks. I continue to get my mail here, and the utilities are under my name. She doesn't have a restraining order. He was handing him documents. We co-own the property. I live here. I stared slack-jawed between them. The officer thumbed through the paperwork. Then he looked up at me. If he's a legal resident of the property, I can't ask him to leave. You're kidding me. I breathed. Jessica crossed her arms. Neil, you can't be serious. Jessica, this is my house, and Alexis is the woman I love. I'm not walking away from either of them. Don't you dare pretend this is about me, I spat, feeling my face grow hot. You're not living here. He looked back at the officer. I'm going inside now. Is there anything else you need from me? He shook his head. No. Have a good night. Neil turned and walked into the garage. I'd changed the locks, but I'd left the garage code the same so he could get his stuff. I didn't lock the inside door, since I was just on a short jog, so Neil walked right into the living room. Jessica looked at me in shock. Ask Marcus if this is legal, I said, my voice shaking. I turned and ran inside after Neil. He was carrying one of the clear plastic containers that I'd packed his stuff in, heading down to the basement where we have our biggest guest room. Neil. He ignored me. A mild wave of hysteria bubbled inside me. This wasn't happening. I paced in the living room, frantically texting the group thread with Gabby and Jessica. Gabby had just got home and saw the cop car pull away from the house. I told her what happened as Neil came back up for another container. Neil. Why are you doing this? His face had dropped the friendly, placating look he'd reserved for his audience outside. This is my house. I told you, I want it. I have a better chance at getting it if I reside here. I have every right to do so. If you don't like it, move. He grabbed another bin and went back down. I watched him go in shock. My chin quivered, and I ran up the steps to my bedroom and slammed the door. My phone was pinging in quick succession in our group chat. Gabby, Jessica, Gabby, Jessica. And then almost comically, right in the middle of it, Daniel texted. Daniel, I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed seeing you again. Jessica texted. According to Marcus, it was all legal. There was nothing I could do. I dropped my phone on the bed and put my face into a pillow and screamed. Chapter 13. Daniel. She never texted me back. It had been 8 days since the last time I saw her, that morning of Popeye's fall. I'd sent her another text 2 days ago. She didn't reply to that either. I figured 2 unanswered messages was the max before I started to look desperate, so I left it at that. I'd taken Popeye to Rochester to see his doctor after his accident. He was fine. I'd gone down to the hardware store while I was there and bought him the railing and tread for his tub. Installed that yesterday. helped Doug dig a trench, made a coffee table. I would have rather seen Alexis. To say this was a disappointment was an understatement. I thought things between us had gone well. I guess they hadn't. It was 7 a.m. and gloomy outside. I was sitting in the four-season porch of the house having a coffee when Amber, Mom, called. Mom wasn't really my mom. Not for any practical purposes. She'd had me when she was 15. My dad had been a 16-year-old tourist whose family had no interest in me. Grandma and Grandpa raised me. I had only fleeting memories of ever seeing Amber as a kid. She took off as soon as she could drive. We didn't really have a relationship until after my grandparents died. They'd left the house to her. My Aunt Andrea, Liz's mom, and Aunt Justine, my cousin Josh's mom, didn't want it. They both lived in South Dakota and had no intention of coming back to Waukon. So my grandparents had left the house to Amber, probably thinking they'd change their will to me when I was old enough, but they'd never gotten around to it. So Amber took all. I begged her not to sell it. At 23, I hadn't had the means to buy it. I convinced her to let me run it as a rental, that she'd get a deposit every week, and she could always sell it if it didn't work out. She'd agreed, and we'd entered into the arrangement that I'd been living under for the last 5 years. When she called about money. Amber, I said, answering on the third ring, trying not to sound as moody as I felt. Hi, Daniel, it's Amber. I rubbed my forehead tiredly. Sometimes I thought she wasn't all there. What's up? I asked. So, are you gardening right now? What? What are you doing? She was making small talk. That was weird. I'm just sitting here, in the four-season porch. Why? She paused. So, I don't know how to say this without just coming right out and saying it. I'm selling the house. I froze. What? What are you talking about? I'm listing it. Like, today. I stood. What, why? She was making shuffling noises. She seemed distracted. Amber, you can't. I already have an agent. That Barbara lady. The one from Root River Real Estate or whatever. She says it's worth $500,000. I shook my head. But, it's going well as a rental, it's making money. I'm tired of owning it. It's too stressful. I have to deal with the taxes. I'll do it. Let me do the taxes. Nah. It's just too much work. I don't have time. Bullshit. She didn't lift a finger, I did everything. She wanted the money. I went outside and started to pace. Why don't you just buy it? She asked. Amber, I don't have the money for a down payment on a house like this. It's going to be tens of thousands of dollars. My mind was racing. The house has been in this family 125 years, I said. You can't do this. Grandpa would. Grandpa would what, Daniel? Roll over in his grave. I could tell she was rolling her eyes. It's being used by strangers. Don't be so dramatic. It's not like you live there or something. I do live there. You live in the garage. Why don't you ask whoever buys it if you can just stay there? Like, rent it or something. And anyway, Barbara says it'll probably just get bought by an investment company who wants to keep it as a B&B. So maybe they'll keep you. You could have the same job and everything. And if they don't? If a family buys it to live in? You'd let that happen to the house? I'll lose my job, apartment, my workshop. I stopped at the side of the house and peered up at it. The twisting vines and oak trees on the stained glass window shone emerald under the hand-wrought eaves that my great-great-great-grandpa carved with his bare hands. My great-great-grandpa had been born in the bedroom with the four-poster bed. My grandpa proposed to my grandma in the living room in front of the fireplace with the green tile mosaic. I knew every nook and cranny of this house. She couldn't sell it. I couldn't let her. This was my home. My entire childhood. Generations of Grants had been born here, raised here, died here. Look, I said. Give me a few months to get a down payment together. Please. So I have a fighting chance at a loan. I had no idea where I'd get the money. I got a percentage of every rental in exchange for managing the property, and I sold my furniture when I completed a piece. But it was a hobby, not a stable source of income, and the house wouldn't rent again until at least May. I lived modestly. I had a couple thousand saved up, but not nearly enough to put down what I was sure the bank would ask for. She sighed. I don't know. I'll open it up for the off-season, I said before even thinking about it. You'll get all that added income. Plus, there's work it needs, I added quickly. There's water damage in the Jack and Jill room, the roof needs to be replaced. If that stuff doesn't get repaired, it'll just lower the value, and it's going to take me a few months to fix anyway. She was quiet for a moment. Amber. I have never asked you for anything. Please. Give me this. There was a long pause. All right. Fine. 6 months. But that's it. I need the cash. I'm opening up a bike shop with Enrique. And there it was. I squeezed my eyes shut. I had no idea who that was. Probably some guy she just started hooking up with who was going to take her money and run. I couldn't even care at this point. Nothing I could do about it either way. She always did what she wanted, and this would be no different. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Okay. Thank you. I hung up with her, only half believing she'd even keep the promise. 6 months. I had 6 months to raise $50,000. After the phone call with Amber this morning, I'd been to the bank. The good news was the B&B had 5 years of stable earnings that would more than cover the amount of the mortgage if I were to take it on, and my 5 years as a property manager and my good credit could definitely secure me a loan. The bad news was I had to have $50,000 as a down payment. It might as well have been $1 million. It didn't seem possible. I stood in my workshop, inventorying. Projects were stacked up floor to ceiling along the walls. Grandpa's work from before he died. He was notorious for starting something and losing interest. Sanded rocking chairs that needed to be stained, dining room tables with missing legs, dressers without knobs, bed frames that just needed to be assembled. If I could power through the backlog, finish what was already started, maybe add a few of my own artistic touches to the pieces to raise value, I could take it all down to the indoor swap meet in Rochester and sell it. There might be enough here to raise the money. Maybe. This, coupled with the $7,000 I already had set aside, might do it. It would be an exhaustive amount of work. I'd still need to run the damn B&B on top of it. But I could do it. I could do all of it. I had to. I'd never hated someone in my entire life, but right now I hated Amber. It was hard to believe we'd been raised by the same people, given the same values, and grown up in the same place. How could she not love that house? Feel protective over it? It had a soul, it breathed. It was our responsibility. I guess I couldn't really be surprised. I'd known Amber and I were going to end up here eventually. Amber needing money was the hallmark of my childhood. Amber calling Grandma and Grandpa and then bailing her out, no matter what she did. I remember the calls every couple of months, begging for wire transfers. Grandma sitting in the pantry on the phone with her daughter, the curly phone cord pulled taut and shut into the door, the conversation muffled and whispered. Grandpa was more tough love with her, but she could always get Grandma to fold. I used to wonder exactly what my mother would have to do to fall from my grandmother's good graces. It was like the standard was so fucking low, even the most heinous of her crimes were just followed by a sigh and a head shake. When she visited, she stole things. She'd go down to the VFW and get shit-faced and end up in a bar fight with someone, and Grandpa would have to go get her out of the drunk tank at the post office. When she wasn't in Wacken, she jumped from one deadbeat guy to the next. She almost never had an address. I think the only reason this arrangement lasted as long as it had was because a reliable source of income got deposited directly into her account during the busy season. She never had a steady job. She waitressed and was a flight attendant once, but she could never hold down a position for more than a few months. Then I'd get a phone call asking me to advance her money. Sometimes she'd claim she had some health issue that she needed cash for. $1,000 for a root canal, or money for a down payment on a new car because she'd crashed the last one without insurance. It was always something. Only now the something was so big, she had to sell the house to cover it. I updated the website to show the B&B had availability starting on Friday and gritted my teeth as I hit enter. Being open in the off-season was almost pointless. At best, we'd be at half capacity, and the amount of work this meant for me with only half the payout wasn't worth it. I was tied to the property when I had guests. I couldn't even make a trip to the hardware store in Rochester when I had people in the house unless I was able to get Liz or Doug to fill in for me. I had to have coffee out by 6 a.m. for the early risers and a gourmet breakfast ready by 9 o'clock. Check out at 11, then cleaning the rooms, stripping beds, checking the next guests in at 3 o'clock. It was a never-ending hamster wheel. And I had to do all those things whether I had one room booked or all four. But I had to make it work. Because if Amber didn't see the money, she'd probably list the house now instead of in October. I sent out an email blast to our guest list. I mentioned some fun new spring breakfasts I'd make, the leaves budding, a complimentary wine and cheese hour in the foyer that I'd be adding to the stay. Then I started in on the pieces in the garage. I was about an hour into it when my cell phone pinged. I was in a shit mood, but the second I saw who it was, that changed. Alexis, sorry, just realized I never replied. I grinned. Then I called her. She answered on the second ring. Ah, hello. Hi. Did you just call me? On purpose? Without texting to tell me first like a normal person? Yes. I smiled. Isn't that what you do with phones? That's not what I do with mine. You make it sound like I sent you an unsolicited dick pic. The dick pic would have been less shocking. I laughed. What if I'd been in the middle of something? She asked. Then you wouldn't have answered. Wild, I know. I could tell she was smiling. I'm working on something, I said. I can't text right now. Oh, yeah? What are you working on? A chair. You're fixing it. I'm making it. Woo, she said. You know how to do that? I'm a carpenter, I said. The whole family is. All my cousins. Liz too. My grandpa taught us. Cool. Do you have an Instagram for your woodworking? I'd love to follow it. I shook my head. No. I don't do social media. She paused. Like, at all? Ever? Nope. It's a waste of time. I spend 2 hours on TikTok, and I lose 2 hours. I spend 2 hours in my workshop, and I have a chair. I prefer the chair. But, how do you keep up with people if you don't do social media? I call them. She laughed. That chemistry, it was like the second we reconnected, there we were. I heard the sound of a door opening and closing. Where are you? I asked, grabbing my measuring tape and getting back to my project. I'm sitting by the pool on a recliner. I arched an eyebrow. You have a pool? The only pool we had around here was the river. Yep. I just came home from a friend's house. I like this. If she was at a friend's house and she remembered she never replied to my text, it was probably because they were talking about me. Which friend? I asked. Just one from across the street. She always answered my questions like this, I realized. She gave me the same vague response whenever I asked her anything. I didn't know her last name, what hospital she worked in. Hell, I hadn't even known she was a doctor until the Popeye thing. But I figured she'd open up to me when she was ready, so I didn't push it. So, I said, what have you been up to? Not much. Working mostly. I heard the pith of a can opening. I put in my earbuds so I could have both my hands. So what kind of doctor are you? I asked. I hadn't had a chance to ask her before she took off on me the other day. I'm an ER physician. Ah, I said, measuring the chair leg and marking it with a pencil. Why'd you pick that? She sounded like she was stretching. I didn't plan on it. I was going to go into neurosurgery, but I met my best friend and she was pursuing emergency medicine and she got me into it. It's fun. And I like being there on someone's worst day. I like saving people. I smiled. Any interesting cases? Oh, lots. Like what? She made a humming noise. I pulled a Barbie shoe out of a kid's nose yesterday. And some guy used a nail gun to shoot a 3-inch nail into his foot this morning. He was stuck to the floor. The paramedics had to use a hammer to pry him off. I sucked air through my teeth. Ouch. Once this guy swallowed a Fitbit. He was cheating and he got a text from another woman on it. His girlfriend demanded he show it to her, so he ate it. It was still tracking his steps from his stomach. We have Nunchuck Guy. He comes in once a month with a concussion. There was the guy with a flashlight stuck in his rectum. Why is it always guys? I don't know, Daniel. Why is it always guys? I pictured her grin. Hey, I have never been to the ER. Doug does my stitches. Doug does your stitches? I nodded. Yep. He was a medic in the army. Saves me a 2-hour round trip to Rochester every time. Uses a barbless fishhook and a 10-pound test line. Please tell me you're kidding. Nope. He does a good job too. Straight. Oh, my God, she breathed. What do you use for the pain? Gin? She laughed. I needed to use the saw, but I couldn't do it with her on the phone, so I decided to stain some headboards instead. I got up and grabbed some brushes. So, back to the flashlight thing. Does this happen often? You have no idea. People love putting stuff up their butts. And they always want you to think they fell on it in the shower. About 50% of my job is keeping a straight face. I chuckled. Same. Someone spray-painted dicks on the bike trail yesterday. Mrs. Jensen came to tell me, and she kept mouthing the word penis because she couldn't bring herself to actually say it out loud and I had to look very concerned and nod a lot. Any leads on who did it? She asked, a smile in her voice. It's teenagers. It's always teenagers. Firecrackers in mailboxes, stealing wine coolers from the grocery store, nature peeing. Nature peeing. She deadpanned. Yep. I pried open a paint can. It is exactly what it sounds like. The businesses are either closed for the season or they don't want kids in their stores using their bathrooms, so they just go where they can. The alley outside of the pharmacy was starting to smell like a urinal. And you have to deal with this? This isn't a police issue. I suppose it is if Jake can catch them, I said. Which he can't. Evading the police is a time-honored Wakan tradition, I said, stirring the stain. That's half the fun. Ah. So what are you going to do about this crime spree, Mayor? I'm working on a volunteer program for the off-season, actually. Stuff to keep them busy. Doug's going to teach them beekeeping, I'll do a woodworking workshop. If they do community service, they get credits to use at the rental place for bikes or kayaks. We're having a fundraiser for it in a few weeks. Nice. I thought you said the mayor thing was honorary. I shrugged. It is. I mean, I was elected. But the town's too small for it to be a paying gig, so I always feel like it doesn't really count. It's just sort of something the Grants have always done. Well, you sound like a very good mayor, she said. Even if you don't feel like it's a real thing, which it sounds like it is. You could have punished the kids instead. I shook my head. Nah. Grace costs you nothing, I said, brushing stain on a headboard. Huh? Grace costs you nothing. My grandma used to say it. She especially liked to say it to herself when I was being a little shit. I somehow doubt you were ever a little shit. It's hard being a teenager here, I said. It can be very boring. Actually, it's hard being an adult here too. You know, if the population is less than 1,000, it isn't even a town. It's a village. So you're a villager, she said, sounding amused. Yep. Any chance I can get you to raid my village tonight? Because I'd like to see you. I can't. I pictured her putting out a bottom lip. I have a girls' weekend thing. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. My smile fell a fraction of an inch. It had already been over a week. I wanted to see her. You'll just have to settle for talking to me instead, she said, a smile in her voice. I grinned. Okay. What do you want to talk about? I don't know. How about we play a game? I asked. A game? What kind of game? A get-to-know-you game. I pictured a shrug. Okay. Sure. If history was any indication, she'd deflect the questions I really wanted to know the answers to. So I decided to keep it light. If you could go back in time, when would you visit? She said. That's a good question. Am I a ghost? Or do I actually have to live back then? I shook my head. Why would you want to be a ghost? Too many diseases. Diphtheria, smallpox, bubonic plague. People back then lived to the ripe old age of childbirth. You could be anyone, I said. Any gender. You could be a king. You think kings had it any better? What about Charles II of Spain? He was so inbred he could barely eat. His jaw was horribly disfigured, he had rickets, hallucinations, an oversized head, he was impotent and infertile. Henry VIII had an ulcerated leg from a jousting match that was so putrid you could smell him coming from 3 rooms over. And some think he went mad from syphilis. I smiled. So a little sif and you're out, huh? Are we still talking about the king thing, or is this a dating question? Syphilis is highly treatable and nothing to be ashamed of. A single intramuscular injection of long-acting benzathine penicillin will take care of it. Okay, we get it, you know how to cure syphilis. She laughed again. Yeah, you're right, I said, dipping my brush in the can and tapping it. I read a lot of historic nonfiction. I guess it was pretty brutal back then. Historic nonfiction, she said, sounding a little surprised. My favorite kind of read. Me too. I like the medical aspects. I always think about how I'd do it differently if I lived back then, knowing what I know. I like it because it happened, I said. Can't get frustrated with the plot if it's a true story. And you learn something. Yeah. You know, reading makes your penis look bigger, don't quote me on it, the science is really new. Is that what's going on down there? I was wondering. Just finished War and Peace, by the way. She laughed so hard I think she spit out her drink. I like to read, I said, grinning. It's the only way I get to live somewhere that isn't Wacken. I read 3-4 books a week. A lot of audiobooks. That way I can work and read at the same time. I've never done an audiobook, she admitted. Oh, you should. It's like a movie for your ears. You could listen on your drive down to see me. Which is when again? Daniel, you know how much I love watching you work. But I've got my country's 500th anniversary to plan, my wedding to arrange, my wife to murder, and Gilda to frame for it. I'm swamped. A line straight out of The Princess Bride. I was cracking up. God, I like talking to her. I couldn't remember the last time I'd liked talking to someone this much. I liked seeing her more, but this was a close second for sure. I checked my watch. I gotta feed Chloe. Oh, she said, sounding a little disappointed. I guess I should hang up with you then. I set my brush on the lid of the can. Nope, I'm taking you with me. Took me a week to get you on the phone, I'm not hanging up with you now. I didn't hang up with her later either. We talked for 5 hours straight. Chapter 14. Alexis. We were on our way to our girls' weekend. The men had gone north to Grand Marais, so we went south. Some bed and breakfast Gabby had booked. Gabby was driving, and Jessica was in the passenger seat. I was sitting in the back of the black Escalade like the kid. Jessica was the grumpy dad and Gabby was the perky mom. Gabby had a cheerleader thing about her. She was 34, blonde, and stood only 5 feet tall. She was a pediatrician. Of the 3 of us she was the only one who was in a happy relationship. Philip was totally devoted to her. Gabby turned to Jessica from behind the wheel. You're sure Marcus didn't care that you didn't go? It's his birthday. The man hasn't touched me in 6 years, Jessica said, her tone bored. He barely remembers I exist. I don't think he cares where I do it. Gabby looked in the rearview mirror at me. So Jessica told me what happened. Neil is such a jerk. I had no idea. Seriously, why didn't you tell us sooner? I blew a breath through my nose. These were my friends. I spent more time with them than I spent with Bree, mostly because of the couples thing. We vacationed together and worked together and lived on the same street. But I couldn't talk to them about everything, like I did with Bree. Gabby was a little gossipy and could be a tiny bit shallow. Jessica was moody and tended to be negative. I loved them, but I saw them for what they were. It was hard to explain, I said, shutting down the discussion. Gabby already knew everything I'd told Jessica. Gabby gave me a mischievous smile. So this guy you're seeing. This was another thing I couldn't discuss with them. I'd kept my relationship with Daniel as close to my chest as humanly possible. I gave them no details other than he lived far away. But I knew their interrogation was coming. We had a whole weekend. I've only seen him twice, I said dismissively. Yeah, but what's he like? I shrugged, looking out the window. I don't know. He's nice. What does he do? He's in property management, I said vaguely. Is the sex good? She glanced at me in the review, and her eyes sparkled. Good didn't brush the surface of how amazing the sex was. But if I told her the truth, she'd want more details. I shrugged again. It's okay, I guess. There's an antibiotic-resistant strain of chlamydia going around, Jessica said flatly. Gabby made a new noise. I'm using protection, I said. When do we get to meet him? Gabby asked. It's seriously just a hookup thing. It wasn't. Well, not entirely. I guess technically if it was just a hookup thing, we wouldn't talk like we had last night. The time had gone by so fast, I didn't even notice how late it had gotten, and I'd only hung up with him because Neil came home, and I saw the light flick on in the office. I really liked talking to Daniel. It was easy, and he made me laugh. Surprisingly enough, we had more in common than I thought. Gabby made a left into a gas station. I need to use the restroom. Anyone want coffee? Jessica got unbuckled. I'll go. My phone started to vibrate. Bree was calling. I'll wait in the car, I said, answering it. Hey. I just got stood up. Again, she said. Do you think they're showing up, seeing me, and then bailing? Or are they not coming at all? I can't decide if I'd rather be so hideous I'm causing them to flee, or so boring they literally forgot we had a date. You're not boring or hideous, I said, watching Gabby and Jessica go into the gas station. It's their loss. Is it? Because I feel like contouring my cheekbones on my day off is sort of my loss. Do you want to meet for dinner? So my outfit isn't a total waste. I can't, I said. I'm doing that weekend thing with Gabby and Jessica. She groaned. Crap. I forgot about that. Why don't you come down? If the place is booked, we can share my bed. She scoffed. Pass. There's only so much of Gabby's complaining and Jessica's eye-rolling I can take. It's fine. I'll just go see Benny or something. How is he? I asked. Her little brother was having some pretty serious health issues. It's starting to affect his kidney function. My lips curved down. Benny was only 26, younger than Daniel, and Daniel was a baby. Too young to be this sick. Benny's deteriorating health was hitting Bree pretty hard. It was like she felt she needed to fix it because she was the doctor in the family, which was totally unfair. This isn't your fault, Bree. Benny had excellent care, and his condition was progressing anyway. Sometimes medicine was like that. There was only so much you could do. So what's up with the guy? She asked, changing the subject. I shrugged. Not much. I talked to him last night. Oh yeah? Phone sex stuff? No. Just talked. Nothing serious. I left him on read for like a week. I was so overwhelmed with the whole Neil squatting in my basement thing I kept forgetting to call him back. Are you going down there again? Eventually. Maybe next weekend. Okay. Well, just remember not to name his penis. Once you name it, you get attached. I laughed. Gabby and Jessica were coming out of the gas station. I gotta go, I said, still cracking up. All right, call me later. The girls got in the SUV, and Gabby turned back onto the road. We drove for 30 minutes, Gabby and Jessica talking about the new hot pool guy everyone was hiring and some butter braid fundraiser Gabby's kids were in. I wasn't really paying attention. I had one earphone in listening to audiobook samples Daniel had recommended. Gas station coffee is so gross, Gabby said, dropping her cup into the drink holder. I don't even know why I bother. Jessica sighed loudly. Maybe you can get something better when we get there. So where exactly are we going again? Oh, my God, you guys are gonna love this place I found, Gabby said, making a right near a cornfield. It's on the Root River. They have this epic bike trail. It used to be a railroad track and they paved it. We can rent bikes in town. Kayaks too. I pulled out my earbud and leaned over to look out the windshield. The Root River. I thought we were going to Red Wing. We were. I'd already booked a different place, but I cancelled it for this one when it popped up. It's this small town, it's super cute. Grant County. It's this bed and breakfast I've had my eye on. I got an email saying it was opening for the spring. What town? Jessica asked. Wacken. Wait. What? My heart started to pound. Wacken? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Are you sure? Oh, yeah. Gabby laughed. Not Wabasha? Or Winona? Is something wrong with Wacken? Jessica asked, bored. No. I don't know, never been there, I said, my voice a touch too high. Daniel's bed and breakfast wasn't open. He closed it in the off-season, so I didn't have to worry about ending up there. But if I was in Wacken, chances were good I'd run into at least one person who recognized me from that first night, and I wasn't ready to tell Gabby and Jessica about Daniel. I wasn't ready for these worlds to collide. Not yet. Maybe never. I knew unequivocally that if Gabby and Jessica met Daniel, it would get back to Neil. Jessica could keep it from Marcus. They didn't talk. But Gabby would tell Philip, and Philip would absolutely tell Neil, especially if the story was the dramatic one I was sure Gabby would give him about my boyfriend being a tattooed 28-year-old who lived above a garage in a town with more corn than people. Neil would make it a joke. They all would. And I didn't want Daniel to be a joke. I didn't want it to be anything. I just wanted to have fun and enjoy him and not think about my friends' opinions on it or have Neil laugh and make it an example of how far I'd fallen since him. He couldn't have this. None of them could. Daniel was mine and I wanted him to stay only mine, because what we had was good and it was making me happy and it wouldn't survive the scrutiny. And that was really it, it wouldn't survive the scrutiny. It wouldn't hold up under their inspection. My friends wouldn't approve. And this hadn't really mattered too much to me, since I'd never imagined that they'd ever be in a position to. We drove down a winding road that I now recognized as the final leg into downtown. Where in Wacken? I asked, trying to sound casual. It's called the Grant House, Gabby said. Panic ripped through me. I felt like I was going to hyperventilate. No. No, 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 no. This couldn't be happening. I looked at Gabby's navigation. We were less than 3 minutes away. I started frantically texting him. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Please act like you don't know me. I'm sorry. When the car crunched down the gravel drive, I strained my neck peering out the window to see if Daniel was outside. I didn't see him. My text said delivered but not read. My mouth was dry. We're here. Gabby sang, putting the car in park. Jessica looked up at the house through the windshield. Cute. Right? Gabby turned off the engine and got out. They went around to the trunk to get their bags, but I didn't get out. I was pretending to look for something in my purse, stalling for as long as possible, praying for a text from Daniel letting me know he'd gotten my message. Are you coming? Gabby called a moment later. They were both standing with their luggage in front of the steps. I poked my head out the window. I dropped my earbud. Just go ahead. I'll be there in a second. Daniel still hadn't texted. Chapter 15. Daniel. I heard my weekend guests pull up to the house. I took my spot inside next to the small check-in counter by the stairs and looked down at Hunter. All right, listen up. I'm letting you meet guests so you can get practice being a gentleman. But there's rules. I gave him a stern look. You have to sit. I gave him a raised index finger for the sit command. He sat and I smiled. Good boy. No jumping. And no sniffing anything either, you know what I'm talking about. Understand? He gave me one of his goofy looks, his tongue lolled out. I'd leashed him to the check-in counter, just in case, but with the exception of Alexis, he really didn't jump on people. He needed this socialization. With me running the B&B full-time, he was going to end up locked in the garage for most of the day if he couldn't get his act together. The more interaction I could give him, the better. The door to the house opened, and I put on a smile as I came around the counter to grab luggage handles. It was 2 women. We've got one more outside, the brunette said, her tone bored. She'll be in a minute. They let in a dragonfly that zipped around the foyer. Hunter watched it, but he stayed put, and I gave him an approving pat on the head. I fired up my laptop and started to check them in. I'd lucked out. I'd booked 3 of the 4 rooms with this reservation and they'd booked the Jack and Jill room, which was a bonus. Those 2 rooms had an adjoining bathroom between them, so I could only book them with the same party. This meant I still had an extra open room that could get picked up last minute. I needed it. If I was able to send Amber fat checks every week, she might actually keep her promise not to list the house until fall. Not to mention, I'd be able to save faster for the down payment. Is there a good place to have dinner? The blonde asked, texting into her phone. There's a complimentary wine and appetizer are starting at 5, I said. As for dining, I recommend. The door to the house opened with a slow creak, and the 3rd woman came in. I looked up to smile at her, and it was Alexis. I blinked at her in surprise, and she pressed a quick finger to her lips. She looked almost panicked. I didn't really have time to process this, because Hunter saw her and lost his ever-loving shit. He dove at her. The counter jerked sideways with the sudden yank of his leash, and my laptop fell to the floor with a clatter. Then he dragged the 100-pound counter across the wooden floor of the foyer like some deranged sled dog and pummeled her. He was going so wild in the confined space, the other 2 women retreated shrieking into the dining room to escape. Hi, dog, Alexis said, petting him, clearly trying to hold him so the check-in counter massacre of the parquet floor would stop. Hunter was crying like a puppy at the sight of her. Then he let out a long, excited oh. Wow, that dog really likes you, the brunette said from the dining room. Alexis laughed nervously. Yeah, I must have one of those faces. What the hell? What was she doing here? And why was she acting like she didn't know us? Red-faced, I grabbed Hunter by the collar, unclipped his leash, and put him quickly outside. He immediately circled around to the window next to the door and jumped up, whining and crying to be let back in. I looked at Alexis. She was disheveled after Hunter's love fest. She wore a spaghetti-strap yellow dress and sandals. Her cheeks were pink and one of her straps had fallen down her arm. I registered even in my confusion that she looked beautiful. She held my eyes for a split second. Then she glanced away. I turned back to the other guests. I'm sorry about that. He has a thing for redheads. The other 2 women laughed, and Alexis smiled uncomfortably at the floor. Not knowing what else to do or what the hell was going on, I picked up my laptop. The screen was cracked. Damn it, Hunter. I felt like the house had just been hit by a meteor. An unexpected cyclone of chaos. The counter was sitting sideways in the middle of the foyer. It had gouged a large scratch into the wood floors that would need to be sanded and refinished. Hunter made a pitiful ruing noise from outside, like being banished was some sort of torture I'd just inflicted upon him for no reason. I cleared my throat. Let me show you to your rooms, I said, giving up on checking them in. I grabbed the keys from the drawer in the counter, my face hot. I carried their luggage up the stairs, giving them a disjointed version of the tour. My brain was misfiring. I couldn't focus. Ali Montgomery. That's the name the blonde had made the reservation under for Alexis's room. I'd talked to her for 5 hours last night. I'd been on 2 dates with her. I'd had my hands on every inch of her body, and I didn't even know enough about her to circumvent this messed up situation by knowing her full name. The absurdity of it bounced around my brain with everything else that just happened. She trailed at the back, quiet, and I could feel her there like a drop in the air pressure. I wanted to pull her into a closet and ask her what the hell was going on. What was she doing here? After pointing out each of their rooms, I smiled, hoping I looked collected. My cell phone number is in the guestbook on your nightstands if you need anything. The other 2 women went into their rooms. Alexis made eye contact with me, and then closed her door. I blinked at it for a second. Then I pulled out my phone. I had a series of rapid-fire texts from her. The last one said, "I'm sorry." Chapter 16. Alexis. The explanation was too much to text. I just apologized and told him I'd come talk to him as soon as I could. What a mess. And the ironic thing was, all I could think when I walked in was how much, despite my panic, I actually liked the surprise of being here and how cute Daniel looked. God. The girls wanted to relax in their rooms until the appetizer hour, so I took the opportunity to sneak out. When I let myself into the garage, Daniel was sitting at his workbench. He glanced up and then went back to his project, jaw tight. I made my way over to him and nudged his thigh with my knee. "I'm sorry." He looked up at me. "What was that?" "I didn't know they were bringing me here. It's a girls' weekend, and they booked the room. Besides, I thought this place wasn't open in the off-season." "I opened it," he said shortly. "Are you mad at me?" He peered up at me. "Imagine if I showed up with my friends at your hospital. You're the doctor treating them. And I act like I don't know you. Does that sound okay to you?" I let out a breath. "Daniel, I'm not ready to tell people about us yet." "I'm not asking you to tell people. But to pretend you don't even know me." "You don't." I blew out a breath. "If I say I know you, they'll want to know how I know you, where I met you and when." "Jessica, the brown-haired one. She knows I've been coming to see someone who lives south. They're like gossip detectives. They'll figure it out." He pressed his lips together, and I knew he was wondering why it mattered if they did. I knew his friends. He was willing to take me to breakfast in front of everyone. He wasn't hiding me. I'd hurt his feelings. I licked my lips. "Daniel, I know we haven't talked about this yet, but I'm coming out of a really bad breakup. Really, really bad. Their husbands are having a boys' weekend with my ex. And without getting into details, my ex is not someone I want knowing about my life right now. My best friend Bree knows all about you. But these friends just can't." He studied me like he was searching for the truth. So I gave it to him. "I was so happy when I realized I was getting to see you today." His face went soft for the first time since I'd come into the garage. He looked away from me, but he put the tip of his finger to my bare knee like a tiny little olive branch. "Please don't be mad at me," I whispered. His eyes came back to mine, and he blew out a long breath. Then he pulled me onto his lap. He put his arms around me in a hug that was so sweet, it made my heart skip. Daniel was really affectionate. He liked to cuddle, like a big teddy bear. I bet he was good with children. He was definitely good with baby goats. I nuzzled his nose with mine. "You looked really handsome when I walked in," I said quietly. The corners of his lips quirked up. His eyes were on my mouth. "Do you have my hoodie?" he asked, his voice low. I nodded. He smiled. "You brought it, even though you didn't know you were coming to see me." "You have to wear a stolen hoodie," I said. "Otherwise it's just another senseless crime." "I like the way it smells," I whispered. He grinned and kissed me, and I was immediately forgiven. God, I missed him. I realized it almost retroactively, but I had. It was weird to miss someone you'd just met. But I think it was because I hadn't gotten enough of him either time I came. My mood improved, realizing that I had an entire weekend here because I needed it. This whole week had been horrible. I had to get a lawyer and a real estate agent. I was dodging Neil in my own freaking house. But I'd missed Daniel. Being on his lap, letting him hold me, smelling his warm, piney scent, it was a finally moment. Like arriving at a finish line or letting go of a breath you've been holding or coming home. It's the release that happens when you don't have to think about anything at all. 30 minutes later, Daniel had to go set up the appetizers. I snuck back into the house through the four-season porch. Hunter followed me all the way through the yard, pushing his head under my hand, and when I let myself in, he tried to come in after me. I had to wrestle him back out and close the door in his face. I was starting to develop a theory about this dog, but further observation was needed. Jessica and Gabby were there sitting on the wicker chairs. "Oh, hey. I went for a walk around the house. I didn't know you guys were out," I said, sitting in the open lounger, trying to look casual, like I hadn't just been making out with our host in the garage. "We knocked on your door, but you didn't answer," Gabby said. "Figured you were taking a nap or something. God, that dog is obsessed with you." I looked and laughed. Hunter had his nose pressed right on the window, breathing heavily. There were 2 foggy breath trails under his nostrils on the glass and his ear was inside out. He had a dragonfly on his head. Was the guy out there? Gabby peered around me to the yard. "Chopping wood or?" "What guy?" I asked, playing dumb. "Ah, the hot Chechen guy. With the tattoos." I shrugged. "Didn't see him." Jessica flipped through a magazine. "Maybe you should go look. Put another toy into the rotation." "I bet he's outdoorsy," Gabby said. "He looks outdoorsy. He probably smells like campfire smoke." "Motor oil," Jessica said dryly. "He screams I can change spark plugs." Gabby laughed, and I pressed my lips into a line. "My boyfriend before Philip was like that," Gabby said. "He was a contractor. Handy. Did all the woodsy stuff, hunting, fishing. They bring ticks into the bed. Actual wood ticks. It's like letting a dirty dog sleep next to you." Jessica chuckled. "I'm serious," Gabby said. "And they're always bleeding." She made a face. I gave her a look. "Bleeding?" "Yeah. They have cuts on their hands and bug bites. Perpetually. They just bleed, all over your 1,000 thread count Egyptian sheets." She shivered. Jessica talked to her magazine. "Don't discourage her. Those guys are fun to play with." Gabby gave a one-shoulder shrug. "Yeah. They're in shape, they're low maintenance. They'll churn you like butter. Just take them to a hotel, don't bring them home." Why the hell would she bring him home? Jessica winced. "What's wrong with bringing him home?" I asked, looking back and forth between them. They both stared at me like I'd just told a joke. Your dad would love that, Jessica mumbled, going back to her magazine. Gabby guffawed. Can you imagine? Dad, I know my last boyfriend was chief of surgery, but here's this guy who can build me a deer stand. They both laughed. He could be really nice, I said, a little too defensively. Jessica lowered the corner of her issue of Vogue. You think your dad cares 1 ounce if he's nice? She scoffed. Remember that lawyer I set you up with at Marcus's firm? Adrian? Right before Neil. He was nice. Your dad acted like you brought a registered sex offender to brunch. He gave you so much crap, you never saw him again. And Adrian was a lawyer, not a guy with a GED, tattoos, and wood ticks. Gabby looked at her nails. Your family's like royalty. They'll only marry you off to someone who will strengthen a medical alliance. I snorted, even though it wasn't funny. I hate to say it, but your next guy is going to have very big shoes to fill, Jessica said, looking back at her page. If he doesn't have the words world-renowned on his resume, don't bother. Gabby nodded to the house. Forget your parents. Could you imagine bringing a guy like that home to Philip and Marcus? She sucked air through her teeth. They'd eat him alive. Jessica shook her head at her article. Philip would probably talk to him about stock portfolios just to be a dick. Gabby laughed. Marcus probably wouldn't talk to him at all. My face fell, and I sat back in my chair and twisted my bracelet around my wrist. I felt like someone had pushed all the wind out of me. They weren't saying anything I didn't already know. But to hear it in no uncertain terms was sobering. He is cute though, Gabby said. Kinda looks like Scott Eastwood. If he's single, you should play with him. She bounced her eyebrows. I rubbed my forehead. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be up for it. Actually, I think I'm getting a migraine. At this point it technically wasn't even a lie. This discussion was making my head hurt. I might let you guys go to dinner without me tonight. Gabby frowned. Seriously? Yeah, Daniel poked his head into the patio. Sorry to interrupt. The appetizers are out in the foyer. He smiled handsomely, then disappeared. Jessica dropped her magazine on the coffee table with a slap. Good. I could use a glass of wine. She got up. I followed them, feeling tired in a way that I hadn't in a very long time. Chapter 17. Daniel. It was hard not to look at her. I didn't like faking this, pretending I didn't know her. But more than that, it was hard not to look at her because she was beautiful and I liked doing it. While the women got wine and plates of the caprese bites and goat cheese I'd put out, I highlighted a map for them for the walk to Jane's for dinner. I circled the bike rental place for tomorrow, since they said they wanted to do the trail. Not much else was open. If Alexis had let us be introduced the way we should have been introduced, I would have shown them around town, made sure they had a good time. Taken them wine tasting at Doug's farm, even though he was closed for the season, maybe get Brian to open the drive-in again. But Alexis didn't want that. So I stayed quiet. After I handed over the map, I retreated to the kitchen to give them some privacy, but I could still hear them talking in the foyer. It was a little too early to judge, but I wasn't sure I liked Alexis's friends. The younger blonde one, Gabby, seemed kind of shallow. I'd come into the dining room to bring more crackers, and she was bragging about firing a nanny and how the woman had cried. She rolled her eyes when she said it. Jessica looked like she hated even being here. She kept scowling around the house. I mean, I guess Doug wouldn't really pass the first blush test either. You had to get to know him to like him, that's for damn sure. But these women didn't really fit what I knew of Alexis. They did, but they didn't. They looked like her. Like they came from the same place. But they didn't act like her. I came back into the foyer when I heard them start talking about walking into town for dinner, just to get one more second with Alexis before they left. I pretended like I needed to get something from behind the check-in counter. The two friends had purses under their arms, but Alexis was sitting in a chair rubbing her temple. Jessica checked her phone. "Want us to bring you something?" she asked Alexis, her tone bored. I poked my head out from behind the counter. Alexis shook her head. "No, I'm good. I'm just going to go to bed early." She was staying with me. I did my best to hide my smile. "I'm sorry," Alexis said. "I don't know what's wrong with me." Jessica pressed her lips into a line. "Probably hormonal. Women are 3 times more likely to have headaches than men." Then she turned to me. "Must be nice to be a man. Our reproductive organs are like painful rusty gears that eventually stop working, if they even work at all. Enjoy your penis." She walked out with Gabby right behind her. When the door clicked closed, Alexis looked at me and shrugged. "She's really fun at parties." I started to laugh. Then I grabbed her wrist and pulled her out of the chair and into my chest. "The question is, do you enjoy my penis?" She bit her lip. "Oh, yes." She smiled and leaned to kiss me, but I pulled my face back. "You don't really have a headache, do you? Do you need something?" She laughed. "No, I made it up so I could stay with you." My grin was enormous. "How much time do you think we have?" She wrinkled her nose. "An hour?" I slid my hands down her back and cradled her ass. "Well, we'd better get started." Chapter 18. Alexis. We were all over each other before we even got the door closed to his room. The second he touched me, the chemistry between us burst out like a rip cord being pulled. It was 0 to 10, instantly. I loved his body. His wide, muscular shoulders, his defined stomach, the curve of his collarbone when I tucked my nose into his neck while he was on top of me. His scent was like an aphrodisiac. I kicked out of my sandals as he peeled his shirt off. It was incredible how he transitioned from the polite young man of a few minutes ago to the virile, hungry male in front of me now. This was no boy. This was a man. And he was pure sex, 6 feet tall and an erection pressing against his zipper. His eyes hooded and looking at me like he wanted to eat me. A thick trail of hair descending into his pants. I loved the way his hands felt on my skin. I didn't care if they had cuts or bug bites on them, they made me feel feral. It was the same way he made me feel every single time he got me alone, like I couldn't scale him fast enough. I wondered offhandedly if this is how most people felt during sex. This must be the reason why it's such a big deal. It wasn't like I didn't enjoy sex. I did. Neil could give me an orgasm most of the time. I'd never had a problem getting there. But it wasn't this all-consuming, driving need that it seemed to be for everyone else. I could never understand why people would fight about it or cheat looking for it or end things because there wasn't enough of it. It was always dead last on my list of important things in a relationship. But now I got it. If this was the kind of sex everyone else was having, it all made sense, because this was incredible. It was like Daniel had flipped some broken switch inside me, and now all the parts were running like they should and I hummed like a well-oiled machine. I was becoming addicted to him. I wondered how much sex I'd need to have with him for him to actually satiate this need he seemed to bring out of me. I kinda wanted to figure it out. Seemed like a fun experiment. I was slipping an arm out of my spaghetti strap, and he came up behind me. Don't, he said in a husky voice. He started kissing the side of my neck. His beard and his tongue raked across my bare skin. I like it. I leaned back into him. You like it, huh? I ground into him, and I felt his breath shudder. Then a hand was pushing my dress over my hips, tugging my underwear down my thighs. The clink of a belt buckle, pants dropping to the floor, and a hot erection pressing against my ass. Need ripped through me. He rolled me onto the bed and reached into the nightstand. He tore the corner of a condom with his teeth and I watched him roll it on. Then he was climbing over me. And then he slowed down. He hovered, hands on either side of me, nothing touching me but his lips, his breath on my skin. You smell so good, he whispered into my collarbone. I hooked an elbow around his neck to pull him toward me, but he held his body off me, and like he saw the complaint coming he crushed his mouth to mine to keep me quiet. The kiss was everything, and it was torture because I wanted more than this. I wanted his weight on top of me. He was all over me and all around me, but still too far away. The heat from his body pressed into mine, I could feel it through my dress. I'd never in my life wanted someone to rip my clothes off until this moment. I wanted nothing between us. I hated the very existence of the fabric, I wanted to feel his skin on my skin. I wanted his sweat and the pounding of his heart and his fast breath. It was some sexual claustrophobia. I was starting to feel frantic. I ran a palm down his chest following the trail of hair under my fingertips and took him into my hand, and he sucked in a breath against my mouth. He squeezed his eyes shut and let out a shuddering noise as I moved back and forth. He lost his resolve and lowered himself onto me. When he eased inside of me, it was fireworks. I gasped at the deepness of it, the internal thump. I felt desperate for it, like I wanted to claw at him, get him closer. He rode me with his rough hands on my thighs, his tongue plunging in and out of my mouth, my dress bunched around my hips. I slipped an arm out of my dress strap and uncovered a breast, and it made his motions more frantic. I turned him on. He was ravenous for me. Every time I was with him, he built me up. He gave me back something that Neil stole. I rolled my hips just the right way and threw back my head, and in one fluid movement he made his final thrusts between my legs. I could feel him pulsing inside of me, and I wished in my delirium that there was no condom. With Neil, I hated the cleanup. But with Daniel, the thought of him filling me up, him dripping down my thighs, I wanted it. I couldn't have it. I'd never have unprotected sex with someone who wasn't my boyfriend. It was amazing I was even having sex with someone who wasn't my boyfriend at all. But, God, the thought of it made me quiver. I realized that I would try things with him that I hadn't tried with anyone. He made me feel uninhibited like that, and safe. I think the safe thing was the biggest part of it, actually. He hovered, still inside of me, catching his breath. His heart was thudding against my bare breast like a jackhammer. Fuck. He breathed. You're gonna give me a heart attack. Well, you seem like a decent fellow. I hate to kill you. He laughed so hard into my neck, I broke into giggles. He started kissing me softly, still chuckling, and I tipped my head back. I hated that we only had time for this quickie. The second time would last longer. We'd take everything off. We'd play a little. Draw it out. This was the night I wanted. It was the weekend I wanted. I wished I could just stay here, stay with him. I didn't want to spend 2 days with Gabby and Jessica when this was the alternative. I didn't want to ride the bike trail or sit in a chair on the Four Seasons porch reading a book or get my nails done at the lone salon in town. I just wanted to do this. And it was weird because until I got here, I'd been looking forward to spending time with my friends. But Daniel had just risen to the top of a quickly shifting priority list. Huh. He kissed his way up under my chin. I didn't know your last name, he said. What? I said absently. He came up to look at me, his earnest hazel eyes peering into mine. It was on the reservation, but I didn't know it was you. He paused. I've never done this with someone I didn't know, he said quietly. The way he said it made me instantly feel bad. Like I'd defiled him. Made him lower his standards for intimacy. I mean, he hadn't asked me my last name. But then he probably thought I wouldn't have told him. And honestly, I probably wouldn't have. I'd sort of had one foot out the door since the start of all this. But I didn't really have one foot out the door now. I was going to keep seeing him. At least for the time being. He didn't need to know my whole life story, but I could give him a little more than I had been. I gave him a gentle kiss. Alexis Elizabeth Montgomery. He smiled so that his eyes twinkled. Then he leaned in. Alexis. Kiss. Elizabeth. Kiss. Montgomery. I never knew hearing my name could make me smile so much. I arched an eyebrow. Are you going to Google me now? Not if you don't want me to, he said. Did you Google me? Well, yeah. What if you were a registered sex offender? He looked amused. And? What did you find? 5-star reviews. He laughed. My cell phone pinged from wherever I'd dropped it on the floor. Daniel nodded over his shoulder. Are you gonna check it? I probably should, I said, running my hands through his hair. What if they're coming back? He gave me a final peck and got up and handed me my phone from the floor. Then he went to the bathroom to clean up. I checked the text and grinned. They're going to the VFW, I called out. Something about trivia night. Daniel smiled coming out of the bathroom, zipping up his pants. It goes until 10. So we have 3 more hours. He climbed onto the bed. We have 3 more hours. He wrapped around me in the biggest, sweetest teddy bear hug, and again I marveled that he was both this cuddly boy and the guy who'd screwed me senseless a few minutes ago. He planted a kiss on my neck, then propped himself up on an elbow and looked down at me. Why is it a bad breakup? He asked. I wrinkled my forehead. What? Your last boyfriend. You said you're going through a bad breakup. Why is it bad? I hadn't planned on talking to Daniel about Neil. It wasn't really information he needed. But now that it was the reason I was pretending I didn't know him in front of my friends, it seemed like a fair question. I drew in a long breath and let it out slowly. The relationship was abusive. His brows drew down. He hit you? I shook my head. No. He was mean. Daniel studied me. I couldn't interpret the look on his face. What? I asked. He shook his head. I would never be mean to you. The comment hit me right in the heart, it was so earnest. No. I didn't think he would ever be mean to me. Daniel couldn't be mean to anyone, I suspected. Whoever got him one day was going to be a very lucky girl. When I didn't answer, he looked at his watch. I wasn't expecting company, so I'm going to have to get creative with dinner, he said. I should probably feed you. He got up. Need any help? Nope. But you can come hang out with me while I cook. He put on a shirt, and I followed him downstairs. He had a pot of coffee on the kitchenette. Mind if I have some of this? I asked, already grabbing a mug. I can make you a fresh one. No, this is fine, I said, pouring it. I got used to old coffee during my residency. Now I kind of like it. Reminds me of the little bit of downtime I used to get. He watched me take a sip. No cream? No sugar? No. He shook his head. How can you drink that? It's coffee. You're supposed to taste it. You can't taste it with cream and sugar in it. He looked at me dubiously. That's like saying you can't taste your eggs because you add salt and pepper. He took my mug from my hand and put it to his mouth. He winced, handing it back to me. This tastes like a burned tire. I laughed. He looked amused. I guess this proves strong coffee doesn't put hair on your chest. Actually, maybe I should get a closer look. He pulled the front of my dress open with a finger and I laughed, swatting him away. It was amazing how good I felt. Like I'd had a full body and mind reset. And I didn't think it was only because of the sex either. I was happy to be here. Come to think of it, I'd felt like this last night after we'd hung up too. I'd slept better than I had in months. Daniel was a vacation for me, I realized, like a break from my own brain or the reality of my current crappy situation. And we had the easy-flowing conversation that you so rarely find with someone. I had it with Derek and Bree, but I'd never had it with Neil. With Neil, I always felt like I needed to say something important or smart for it to be worth bringing up. We spent a lot of quiet meals together. At the time, I thought this meant we were good with comfortable silence. But now I realized it meant something else. Some strange, stiff, unnatural dynamic that I'd dealt with for so long, I didn't know it wasn't normal. It wasn't a comfortable silence, it was just silence. I started wandering the garage looking around while Daniel rummaged in a fridge. Hunter walked with me, pushing his head under my hand until I resorted to walking with a palm between his ears. I saw the headboard Daniel had been working on last night. It was propped to dry. He had chairs hanging from the walls in various stages of completion. A dresser set and a pair of nightstands sat by the garage door. He had a stack of books on a stool by his workbench. I picked up the top one. The Circus Fire. Daniel looked over at me. That's a good one. Have you read it? I shook my head at the cover. No. It's about the deadly Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey circus fire of 1944. You'd probably really like it. Severe burns, emergency situation, mass casualties. Your kind of thing. I laughed. You can borrow it if you want. Thanks. We like the same books, I said, looking at the rest of the stack. I knew he liked history, but most of these weren't big titles. Self-published books about Alaskan homesteaders and stories of Native Americans. A memoir about a man who ran a dog-sled team in the 1940s. I liked lesser-known books too. I'd even read a few of these. It was a little surprising. I didn't really know anyone who read the exact same kind of books I liked. What's the last book you read? He asked, pulling out a frying pan. Well, I actually just finished this one, I said, showing him one from his stack. But right now I'm reading The Great Influenza by John M. Barry. Oh yeah, I read that, he said, setting some carrots, garlic, and an onion on the counter. About the Spanish flu of 1918. You know, my great-great-grandfather Wilbur Grant saved the whole town from that. Really? I said. How? Cut down trees to block the roads into Wakan. Kept everyone in, everyone out. Didn't lose one person. They were pretty pissed at him though at the time. Was he the mayor too? I asked. Daniel nodded. Yep. A Grant has always been the mayor, going back 125 years. Wow. Always? Always. How many Grants are here now? He shrugged. Just me. I'm the last one. Ha. I knew what that was like. And if you leave? I asked. He laughed. Why would I ever leave? I gave him a small smile. He pulled out a knife and a cutting board. After Wilbur died, my great-great-grandmother Ruth Grant took over. She set up an illegal prohibition bootlegging operation out of the basement of the house. The most prosperous years in Wakan history. They named a gin after her. We use it to stitch people up with fish hooks. I laughed. I eyed a few novelty woodworking pieces in the corner of the garage. There were 3 of them. One was a wall hanging of a horse, its mane flowing behind it, twisted into the knotted wood. There was a mirror with an intricate floral applique frame, hand-wrought. And a custom rocking chair. He'd etched an elaborate whimsical design into the headboard. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Works of art. Did you do these? I asked, pointing at the small collection in the corner. He glanced up from chopping carrots. Yeah. Who are they for? Just practice pieces. These are your practice pieces? My God. Daniel was an artist. It was like he brought the wood to life in his hands. I traced the curve of a rose carved into the mirror frame. How much do you sell these for? He shrugged. I don't know. The materials aren't very expensive. That horse. The beam came from an old barn we were tearing down. Got it for free. It's mostly my time. Well, how much time did it take to do this one? I pointed at the mirror. He looked at it. Couple of weeks. I don't know. I'd probably ask $200 for it. I scoffed. You're undercharging. He laughed like I'd told a joke. See the wood I used for the horse, he said. I liked it because of the color. The barn was 120 years old. The ammonia from the cow's urine stains it over time. Darkens it. He nodded at it. You see the ghosts? Those lighter patches on the horse's neck? That's where the metal brackets used to be. The ammonia didn't get to that part of the wood, so it's lighter. He pushed his chopped carrots into a pan. I like working with things that have history. It gives it character. There'll never be another one exactly like it. My face went soft. He was an artist. I glanced over at him. He looked really handsome standing there in his black Grant House t-shirt, all bearded with his dimples flashing, a wall of tools hanging behind him. There was something infinitely sexy about a man who could build things. And cook things. When he started to saute the onions and garlic, I think I fell a little bit in love. I came back over to the kitchenette and sat on the weight bench to watch him. Hunter put his face in my lap. Why don't you do the carpentry full time? I asked, petting the dog. You're so good at it. He shrugged over his frying pan. Couldn't make a living out of it. The village is too small. I smiled. You could go bigger. Ship your pieces. I know people who would pay thousands of dollars for this stuff to furnish their cabins. I could see by his smile that he took the compliment. I watched him add a jar of home-canned tomatoes to the pan. Do you cook the breakfasts? I asked. I do. I've been trying to get you to stay for one. Looks like I'm finally getting what I want. He gave me a triumphant grin. Both of us were smiling. We'd been smiling since the minute we were alone and allowed to do it. This was the best surprise, I said, almost to myself. He beamed down at his pan. You know, you can come whenever you want, he said. I want you to. Whenever I want. I teased. I don't want to show up and you're not alone. I'll always be alone when you show up. I'm not seeing anyone else. I didn't respond to this. It wasn't my business if he was seeing other people, even though the thought of it did bother me a little bit. Was it weird that it bothered me? It should have been, right? I shook it off. Are you going to sneak into my room tonight? I asked. I think it's better if you sneak into mine, he said, talking to his frying pan. Your friend is sharing that bathroom. Plus, we can make more noise over here. He grinned. Why did you open the B&B? I thought you said it was closed for the season. He went quiet for a long moment. I had to. Amber, my mom is selling the house. I froze. What? She's selling it, he said. To buy a bike shop in Florida. I have the summer to raise $50,000 for a down payment on the property so I can try to buy it. If I can't raise the money. He paused. I have to raise the money. He nodded at the garage. I need to finish all this to sell at the swap meet. And I had to open the house early to convince her to wait. I shook my head. But, how can she do it? It's your family's house. I couldn't even imagine if Royan was being taken from my family. Suddenly I could see the strain around his eyes. He must be totally overwhelmed. I looked around at the huge backlog of furniture. It was a warehouse full, and none of it was complete. There was no way he could do it all. Not while he was running the bed and breakfast at the same time. I'm so sorry, Daniel. I didn't know what else to say. He just smiled. It'll work out. This weekend helps. I got most of the rooms booked. And I get to see you. I stayed the whole night in Daniel's loft. I texted Gabby and Jessica and told them I was going to sleep so they wouldn't check on me when they got in. Then I locked my room and came back to the garage and slept with Daniel, well, our version of sleeping, which didn't involve much sleeping at all, actually. When he got up at 5:45 to put coffee on in the house, I snuck back in with him and went to my room. I loved spending time with him, just hanging out with him. It was so easy and fun. He didn't feel like his age. Maybe he'd had to grow up fast, like I did. Well, I'd grown up fast in some ways, and I hadn't in others. I was college-bound by 17, but I didn't have a first kiss until I was 20. I didn't lose my virginity until I was 24. I didn't really get to do the teenager thing. Guess I was getting to do it now though, sneaking out of the house like a kid. I met the girls in the dining room for breakfast at 9. Oh, my God, Gabby said from her seat at the table when I walked in. You missed out. We had so much fun last night. I poured myself a coffee from the station Daniel had set up on the buffet table against the wall. Really? Me too. Yeah, so we went to this VFW, which was kind of ratty, but it was the only thing that was open. This guy started hitting on us and he pulls out this guitar and sings more than words. I died. I choked on my coffee and spit it back into my mug. Was it any good? I asked, still laughing, wiping up my chin. Jessica scoffed. It was as bad as the food at that restaurant we ate at last night, she muttered. What did you eat for dinner? I took a seat and shrugged. The guy made me a sandwich. He actually made me pasta bolognese using tomatoes he'd grown and canned. It was amazing. I was having a very different weekend than they were. Daniel came in balancing 3 plates on his tattooed forearms. We made split-second eye contact before we looked away from each other. The chemistry between us was off the charts. He made my body react just by being in the room, and it occurred to me that this would be true even if we'd never touched each other. Even if I had been here on a couple's weekend with Neil and this was the first time I'd ever met him, I would have noticed it. It was like a pupil shrinking under a light, totally involuntary. He started setting French toast in front of us. God, he looked good. He was wearing an apron. His hair was sort of messy and looked effortlessly adorable. Just when I thought he couldn't get any cuter. "How's your head?" Jessica asked me. "You look like you were up all night." I said, glancing at Daniel just in time to see the corner of his lip twitch. I didn't have makeup on. I never in a million years would have let Neil see me like this in the morning. But Daniel said he didn't mind, and I was too tired from last night to make the effort. Honestly, I really didn't think he cared. The man was a perpetual erection around me. If the way I looked in the morning turned him off, his penis certainly didn't get the memo. Daniel cleared his throat from the end of the table. Baked French toast with a splash of Madagascar bourbon vanilla, topped with macerated berries, served with candied maple bacon and fresh melon. "Let me know if I can get you anything else." A smile and a flicker of eye contact with me and then he left the room. We started eating. "This is so good," Gabby said, moaning. It was good. I really should have let him make me breakfast sooner. Wow. I was beginning to think maybe I should start taking Daniel up on more of his offers. So far he hadn't disappointed me in anything. I heard a creak in the foyer, and Hunter came in. The front door must have been ajar. He trotted over to the table with a plush toy in his mouth and put his face in my lap. I smiled. "Hey there." I wiped my mouth with a napkin and reached down to pet his head. Then the plush toy moved. "Oh, my God!" I screamed, pushing away from the table. I stared at the thing in his jaws in horror. He has a squirrel." Gabby and Jessica practically fell over backward getting up. Daniel must have heard the noise, because he came running in from the kitchen. Hunter backed into the mouth of the dining room, blinking at us innocently, like he didn't know what the big deal was. The thing hung limp from his mouth. Then the tail twitched. Oh no, it was playing dead. Daniel put his hands out. "Hunter, don't move." I swallowed, my back pressed against the buffet. "Maybe you can get him to go outside," I whispered. Daniel nodded. "Good idea," he said, his voice low. He started slowly for the front door. The squirrel began wiggling. Hunter flung it in the air. Everyone shrieked. He caught it again like a kid casually tossing a baseball and then shook it around until his ear was inside out, and then he went back to blinking at us. We were all holding our breath, hostage. Daniel got all the way to the foyer. He opened the door wide and pointed. "Hunter, out." Hunter looked at him, confused. Then he dipped his head and very gently placed the animal at Daniel's feet. It immediately sprang to life and darted under the dining room table. Complete chaos. Screaming, chairs knocking over, broken glass. Gabby, who had sat at the end against the wall and who was now effectively trapped by fallen chairs, climbed the table and scrambled on her hands and knees over plates of food to escape. Hunter smiled around at the activity, looking proud of himself. We burst outside, leaving Daniel and his dog in the house. When we got out on the lawn, we stood there gasping. Jessica was clutching the front of her shirt like she was having a heart attack, and Gabby had an entire piece of French toast stuck to her boob from the table armor crawl. It began to peel off, slowly, and then it landed on the grass with a plop. Breathing hard, we stared at it sitting there. And then we started to laugh. Uncontrollable, soul-releasing laughter. We were laughing so hard when Daniel came outside a few minutes later to release the thing, we were crying. Hunter bounded down the stairs and bounced among us, tail wagging. He let out a long roo. Then he ate the French toast. I had to wipe tears off my cheeks. Daniel came over to us, looking apologetic. "I'm sorry. He's got a soft mouth," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's good for a hunting dog. Means they won't maul the birds they retrieve. It also means they don't kill the things they catch." Jessica howled. I don't think I'd ever heard her laugh so hard. She was always so serious. Daniel put a thumb over his shoulder. "I can replicate everything if you just give me a few minutes," he said, looking embarrassed. Jessica nodded, wiping under her eyes. "Please do." When Daniel went back into the house, Gabby shook her head. "This place is so getting 1 star. What a shit show." She laughed. I sobered instantly. "What? You can't give it 1 star." Jessica shook her head, still tittering. "I'm pretty sure live rodents at breakfast deserve 1 star, Ali." "It was an accident," I said. "Ah, that dog shouldn't be around people," Gabby said. "He's not trained. He's a rescue. He's still learning." Gabby wrinkled her forehead. "How do you know?" "The guy told me." "Seriously. Do not give this place 1 star. You'll hurt his business." Gabby scoffed. "So, like, an entire squirrel at breakfast deserves what? Some rave review?" I shook my head. "No. You don't have to lie. Just don't rate it at all." She crossed her arms. "If I treated patients the way this guy runs this B&B, I'd be sued for malpractice." "It's not that serious, Gabby," I said. We all laughed. Jessica looked annoyed. "Ali, she had to climb across a table. Her new Lululemon shirt is ruined. And that dog practically knocked you over yesterday. He should be locked up at the very least. It's extremely irresponsible." An acorn dropped behind her onto the grass with a muffled thud. "You don't think you're being a little hard on him?" I asked, looking back and forth between them. 1 star for the dog? "Frankly, no, I don't," Jessica said, waving off a dragonfly. "I think it's warranted." We stood there in a tense moment of silence. They didn't know. They didn't know Daniel wasn't nothing to me. His struggles were not some abstract idea, because he mattered to me. They didn't know because I wouldn't tell them. If I did, I'd lend him my protection. They wouldn't write that review because me asking them not to would be enough. If I just said, "Look, this is the guy I've been seeing. Please don't." They wouldn't. But I couldn't do that. Because then I'd be giving Daniel to Neil. And that was worse. I wiped under my eyes. "Grace costs you nothing," I said. And I went back inside. Chapter 19. Daniel. I was in the dining room cleaning up the mess when Alexis came back into the house with Hunter behind her. The dining room was destroyed. Fucking destroyed. There was a piece of French toast stuck to the wall, coffee on the oriental rug under the table, orange juice splattered all over the hutch, broken glass. "I think I'm going to have to set you guys up in the four-season porch," I said to her, shaking my head at the room. Thank God I always made enough for seconds. Hunter pushed his face under Alexis's hand and pressed his body to her leg. I didn't like the present, Hunter, Alexis mumbled. I looked down at his shaggy head. I think my dog might be in love with you. And grounded, I muttered. He's definitely grounded. She laughed dryly. I shook my head. What is his problem? He does not listen. I can't even get him to sit half the time. I mean, I know hunting breeds are stubborn, but Jesus. He's deaf. I stared at her. What? He's deaf, Daniel. Maybe not totally, but mostly. I blinked at her. What? How do you know? She gave a one-shoulder shrug. Watching. When you give him hand signals, he obeys. When you talk, he ignores you. I looked down at my dog. Hunter, sit. He looked up at me with his blank face. Sit, Hunter, I said again. Nothing. I put an index finger up in the hand signal for sit. Hunter Saturday. Oh, wow, I breathed. This clears up so much, I said in wonder. She laughed weakly. I dragged a hand down my beard. Probably from the shooting. They shoot over the dog's head. That's probably why they retired him, he can't hear. So he's a good boy after all, she said, somewhat tiredly. All dogs are good boys, I said. Even this one. I took one more look at the dining room and blew a breath through my lips. I'll have breakfast out again in 15 minutes. Can you let them know? Yeah. Are their rooms haunted? I laughed. What? Did you give them haunted rooms? If not, can we maybe do a scenes? Summon some demons? Because I wouldn't be upset if a closet opened up on them and blood poured out. Are you mad at them? I asked. I'm a little irritated with them, yeah. I hear Doug sang them more than words last night, I said. That's not enough punishment. Nope. I heard what they said about Jane's, I said. Doreen makes everything from scratch there. It's her grandmother's recipes. It sucks they didn't like it. I'm beginning to think they don't like anything, she mumbled. I was laughing at this when we heard shrieks from outside. Alexis and I made split-second eye contact before I ran to the window and squinted at the yard. What the hell? What is it? Alexis asked, coming up behind me. I think it's acorns. Jessica and Gabby were running to the front door, their hands over their heads trying to block the onslaught. The oak trees lining the driveway were dropping acorns like hail, which was weird because they didn't do that until the fall. I opened the front door to let them in, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, the deluge outside abruptly ceased. Unbelievable, Jessica said angrily. She had red welts on her bare arms. Gabby was pulling acorns from her hair. Alexis blinked at them in shock. What happened? The fucking trees. Jessica snapped. I went outside and jogged down the stairs. I stopped under the first oak and picked up one of the projectiles. Acorn. So weird, I turned it around in my fingers. I looked up at the tree, shading my eyes. I didn't see any on the branches. Maybe they all fell. But they don't drop until September. And when they do, they sure as hell don't drop like this. Maybe a squirrel's nest got knocked over or something. I turned around, looking at the mess. There must have been 1,000 acorns on the lawn. Alexis came outside a moment later, looking weary. They're just going to go eat at Jane's and then rent bikes. I blinked at her. Oh. They don't want breakfast. Not here, she said glumly. My stomach dropped. This wasn't how I wanted this weekend to go. Not for my guests, not for me, and especially not for Alexis. I wanted to impress her. I dragged a hand through my hair. I'm sorry. I don't know how today got so messed up. It's okay, she said, sliding her hands into her pockets. When will you be back? I asked. I'm not going. I wrinkled my forehead. You're not going with your friends? I'm not very happy with them right now. I'm going to stay and help you clean up. I was happy I was getting time with her, but I shook my head. You don't have to do that. I want to. I can do the sweeper thingy. The broom? I looked at her, amused. Her cheeks got a little pink. Yeah. That's what I meant. I studied her for a second. Do you know how to sweep? She tucked her hair behind her ear and looked away from me. I don't clean my own house, Daniel. I've never done it before. You've never cleaned? She looked embarrassed. No. Not really. No. I blinked at her. I mean, I load the dishwasher. I put clothes in the laundry basket. Can you do laundry? She paused a moment before shaking her head. I don't know why, but this made me feel about 200,000 times better. She crossed her arms. Don't make fun of me. I'm not. You're smiling. I'm smiling because this entire weekend has made me feel like I suck at everything, and it's nice to know that maybe you suck at things too. She snorted. Daniel, you're good at everything. Trust me. Yeah, well, sex stuff doesn't count. It actually does. And I'm not just talking about sex stuff. Your woodworking, your cooking. Those things didn't really feel equal to a medical degree, but I'd take them. At this point I needed all the help I could get. You don't have to clean, I said. Just hang out with me. But she shook her head. I want to help. Would you show me? I smiled. Sure. Chapter 20. Alexis. I spent the day helping Daniel with his chores, and it was work. We cleaned up the breakfast disaster, and then we had to go do the rooms. Make the beds, clean the bathrooms. I had never scrubbed a shower before. It was exhausting. And he did this every day. It gave me a whole new appreciation for my housekeeper. Brie liked to say she could tell I'd never cried in a walk-in fridge before. I'd never worked retail or in a restaurant. She said it should be mandatory that everyone work at a fast food place for 6 months because it changes you, and I think this is what she meant. It made me think about every time I left a dirty makeup wipe on the counter, or I tossed my shoes on the floor and came back to them put away. I must seem so rude, I realized. By the time Jessica and Gabby came back from their bike ride, I'd calmed down a little. I went to dinner at Jane's with them. Daniel told me Liz wasn't working, thank God, so nobody there recognized me. And the food was good. I don't know what they were talking about. I liked it. Doreen was there, and she said they sourced their produce locally. The eggs and milk came from Doug's farm. We came back after dinner and spent a few hours in the screened-in gazebo by the river, drinking wine and hanging out. It was Saturday, so Daniel was at the VFW calling bingo, and I didn't even get to see him around the house. I would rather have been there with him than here with Gabby and Jessica. I still wasn't happy with either of them. But Gabby promised she wouldn't write a review, so at least Daniel was spared that. I snuck back in to sleep with him after they finally went to bed at midnight. I woke up at 5:45 again when he did and went back to my room. And that was it. The weekend was over. Our last breakfast Sunday morning was uneventful and really good. Gabby asked for the recipe for the lingonberry crepes Daniel had made, and he gave her a laminated recipe card on Grant House cardstock that he already had printed and waiting. He was an excellent host. I felt confident that despite the squirrel acorn debacle, he'd adequately redeemed the Grant House in the eyes of my friends. I didn't need any redemption from him. I was very happy with the service I got. All weekend. 7 times. We were loading our bags in the car to go home, and I had the saddest feeling. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to go back to the real world and my crappy situation with Neil. And the other thing. I didn't feel like I got enough time with Daniel. I started thinking about when I would come again, and I realized I was already cancelling plans with other people in my head to make time to be here. I'd gone from being positive I was never going to see him again, to seeing him being the only thing I felt like doing. Somewhere deep in the back of my brain, a warning signal flashed. I was having more fun with him than I expected. I wanted to spend more time with him than I expected, and this wasn't a good thing. It felt good, but it wasn't. I couldn't develop a dependency on someone I couldn't have long-term. And Daniel I could not have long-term. Chemistry and things in common aside, Daniel would never work in my life. He was too young, too far away. He was too different. I knew this. But I was getting ahead of myself. All this was just the excitement of something new. These feelings would fizzle out. In a few months we'd get tired of each other, and this would run its course, and we'd both move on. I wasn't going to worry about it. I dropped my bag in the trunk and came around to the side of the SUV where Gabby was leaning, looking at her screen. She had TripAdvisor up. There was a 1-star rating at the top of the page. When she saw me, she tucked her phone into her purse. "What are you doing?" I asked, crossing my arms. "Nothing," she said quickly. "Were you rating the Grant House?" Jessica moaned, tossing her bag into the back seat. "Who cares?" She said she wouldn't, I snapped at her. Gabby gave me a look. "Ali, people depend on my reviews. This is my honest experience." I pressed my lips into a line. "Look, I was gentle, okay. And I made sure to mention that he camped our stay." "Wait. He what?" She shrugged. "He camped our stay." I shook my head at her. "Why?" She looked at me like I'd spoken the word in another language. Because I complained." "Why would you do that? He was perfectly polite to us." She put a hand on her hip. "Come on, Ali. A dog attacked you. A dang squirrel was in the house. We didn't eat breakfast yesterday, and it was part of what we paid for. Jessica still has red marks on her arms from the acorns." "You're holding him accountable for the damn trees?" She crossed her arms. "Yeah. I am. If they drop acorns hard enough to hurt people, then they shouldn't be where guests are walking around. One of us could have lost an eye. He could have at least had signs up warning us about falling debris. What's with you?" I let a shaky breath out through my nose. I was furious. I saw Daniel get up at 5:45 in the morning just to make sure we had coffee if we happened to be awake wandering the halls. I knew the cheese he put out for us every night came from Doug's farm to help keep him in business, and Daniel had purchased that for our appetizer hour, and now he was losing money on that because we didn't even pay for our stay. Now not only was Daniel going to be dinged on his star rating, it had cost him money to host us. And he needed that money. I hated that I'd come here with them. I felt ashamed by association. Had they always been like this? Or was I just now starting to find it unacceptable? Had I been like this once? And the answer to that made me feel ashamed too. I blew a calming breath through tight lips. Gabby would never back down from this. The more I pushed her, the more she'd dig in. She was way too entitled. But I had a different idea. Okay. You're right. It's your experience, I said. And then, hey, do you guys want to see something cool? I asked. Jessica looked at her watch and blew out an impatient breath. Fine. But can we make it quick? I nodded. Yeah. Come on. Follow me. I walked them to the garage and held the door handle, turning to them. I saw this yesterday while you were on your bike ride. I knocked and then peeked inside. Daniel was at his workbench. Can I show them those freestyle projects you have? He blinked at me. Sure. I let them in and took them to the pieces he kept in the corner of the garage. Oh, wow. Gabby breathed. Aren't these cool? I asked. He's a sixth-generation carpenter. His great-great-great-grandfather actually built the house we stayed in. Does he sell these? Gabby asked. I nodded. Yep. Jessica was examining the mirror. This would be great in Marcus's office at the cabin. I didn't get him a birthday gift. How much? She asked, looking over at Daniel. $3,000, I said before he could answer. I asked him yesterday. This one took over 100 hours to make. The woods, what did you say it was? I asked him. Daniel was blinking at me. Black walnut. Black walnut, I said, turning back to her. It's one of a kind. I'll take it, Jessica said, like an afterthought. Do you take Venmo? Yeah. Daniel said, looking shocked. I pointed to the horse. I thought that one would be cool for the den at your house, I told Gabby. This one is $3,500. It's hand-wrought from a beam that was in a 100-year-old barn. See the color? The ammonia from the animal's urine stains the wood, I said, repeating what he had told me. That's where the bracket used to be, this lighter spot. She crouched to look at it. Can he put it in the car? She asked. It looks heavy. A text pinged to my cell phone as we drove out of work and a half hour later. I was in the middle of writing the Grant House a 5-star review. Daniel, WT. I smiled. Me, I'm sorry they were like that. You shouldn't have camped their stay. I could see him writing a text. The dots were bouncing. Daniel, it was the right thing to do. Their visit wasn't up to my standard. It was customer service. And then, they paid way too much for those pieces. You shouldn't have told them they cost so much. I scoffed quietly. It was nothing for them. Just like it was nothing for me. I'd played with a pig in a $2,000 dress. I stepped in dog poop in a shoe that cost as much as the weekend away for 3 that Daniel just camped, and I just left it there. It wasn't even worth my time to clean it. I didn't even think about these things. They were insignificant to me. I was floating around in some universe that I was beginning to realize most people didn't live in. Daniel certainly didn't. I didn't like how easy it was for someone like Gabby, in her position of privilege, to punch down. At all. It was such an unfair power dynamic. She was like a kid wielding her 1-star reviews like a toy, for fun. Only it wasn't a game. It was someone's livelihood. And here was Daniel, doing what he felt was the right thing, refunding the whole weekend. He was in the worst position to be generous, yet he was. And she was in the best position to show grace, and she didn't. And doing it would have cost her nothing. And that was the fundamental difference between them. I typed my response. Me, you deserved asshole tax. Trust me. And then I paused, thinking about what I wanted to say. Know your worth, Daniel. I wish it had always been as easy to know mine. Chapter 21. Daniel. Alexis hadn't been out to see me since last weekend when she came with her friends, but we talked every day for hours. I liked her. I liked her so much, it wasn't even funny. The sex was unreal, she was smart and beautiful, and I loved hanging out with her. I hadn't felt like this in such a long time, I couldn't even remember being this into someone. Maybe I never had been. My entire life was now reduced to two things: raising the money to buy the house and trying to get Alexis to come see me. I'd go see her if it wasn't for the first thing. I was working myself to the bone. When I wasn't dealing with guests or the house repairs I'd promised Amber, I was working in the garage on the pieces I was trying to finish. I was exhausted. Today was the first day in a week that I was giving myself a day off, treating myself to a breakfast I didn't have to cook before I headed over to Doug's to help him with stuff on the farm. I should probably have just backed out and told him I had too much work to do at home, which I did. But I needed the change. And being outside and with my friends was a nice break, even if I'd be doing manual labor the whole time. I was at Jane's in a booth waiting for the guys. I was a little early, so I called Alexis. She answered on the second ring. Daniel, I can't talk right now. I'm having an emergency. She sounded like she was crying. I sat up. Are you okay? She sniffed. No. Not really. The power is out, so the coffee maker won't work. I barked out a laugh. This is not funny. It's been 2 hours and I have to go to work. Okay. This is serious. You should probably drink all the vodka before it goes bad. Daniel. I chuckled. Okay. I think I can help. Is your oven gas or electric? I think it's gas. You think? I don't cook, she said miserably. I grinned. If it's gas, it should work, even if the power's out. You can boil water and use a French press if you have one. I only have a Keurig. Can you just get in the car and go to a coffee shop? I tried. The garage door won't open. No power, she said, defeated. I'm trapped. The way she breathed the last word made me move the phone away from my mouth to laugh. Pull the emergency release, I said, smiling. There's an emergency release. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying not to crack up. There is. Go in there, and I'll tell you how to open it. This is how you die in the zombie apocalypse, she said with wonder. I always thought it would be an infected zombie bite or exposure or something, but it's this. You get a caffeine headache on the first day and you lose your will to live and you just lie down and they eat you. I laughed. In the event of a zombie apocalypse, I promise I will not let you get eaten. How? You're not here. I'd come get you. I'd put together a recovery team. You're a doctor. You're a high-value acquisition. Doug bet me $100 I couldn't get the best Zompack squad. I need you. She laughed weakly. I heard a door open. Okay, I'm in here. All right. You might need a ladder. Look for the motor. It's a small box on the ceiling in the middle of the garage. It's attached to a metal runner that pulls the door up. There's a little string hanging down from it. You see it? Yeah. You pull that and then you can lift the door from the bottom and open it. There was a quiet pause. Daniel, you're my hero. Well, thank you. But I think the standard's a little low. She paused. I hate that I don't know things. How many bones are there in the human body? 206, she said without skipping a beat. Which one's your favorite? I like the hyoid bone. It's basically free-floating and no one talks about it. She sniffed. It's very underrated. I smiled. Yeah, I think you're doing okay. She laughed, and I heard the garage door open. Why is the power out? I asked, nodding at Popeye shuffling in. I don't know. Is it the whole block? Gabby and Jessica aren't home, so I don't know. Did you check the breaker? I asked. What's that? I shook my head with a smile. God, this was so her. She was this conundrum of a woman. Completely remarkable in every way, doesn't know about breaker boxes or how to wash a load of whites or make a bed. I think I'd been cleaning since I was old enough to walk. One of Grandma's favorite pictures of me was me, 3 years old, holding a toilet bowl scrubber. There's probably an electrical panel in the garage, I said. Go look for it. Okay, hold on. It's metal, I said, putting my coffee cup to my lips. Probably grey. It'll have switches on it. Like a light switch thingy? Did you find a light switch thingy? I asked, amused. Yeah. Send me a picture of it. I heard shuffling. Then a picture message came through. I zoomed in. Your main breaker is flipped off. She went silent on the other end for a long moment. How does that happen? It doesn't. If you overload one circuit, a breaker might flip. But that would be one part of the house, not the whole thing. So someone probably switched it off. Did you have someone there working on the electrical or something? She went quiet again. Yeah. It must have been them. Just flip it back. The power will come back on, I said. I heard her flip the switch, and she made an excited little sound of relief. I smiled. So do I get to see you this week? I asked. I heard a car door slam. I don't know. My smile fell. I was about to push the subject, but I heard the restaurant door jingle. Brian and Doug were coming in. The guys just got here. I'll let you get your coffee and call you later. We hung up right as they slid into the booth. Hey. Liz swung by and set menus in front of us. Hey, guys. Coffee? They both nodded, and Brian smiled at her, a touch too brightly. The way he looked at her made me look away from him, like I was intruding on a private moment. Brian had been in love with Liz since we were kids. She didn't live here growing up. She only came for the summers. Brian looked forward to her visits the whole year. He'd be at my house so much in the summer that Grandma used to joke he was one of her honorary grandkids. Then one summer we got a new sheriff and Liz met Jake. I watched Liz pour Brian a coffee. She had a brace on her little finger. My jaw tightened. Jake was putting hands on her. Again. He never did it in front of anyone. Whenever they were in public, he always put on some fucking show so everyone thought he was this doting husband. Such bullshit. I almost knocked him out once after she came into the VFW with a split lip on St. Patrick's Day a few years back. He denied touching her, and I almost got myself arrested, and she was mad at me afterward. Didn't talk to me for weeks. Sometimes when I saw this shit on her, I'd ask her anyway, even though I knew she wouldn't tell me. She'd just say this was a fall or a slam door or something, and she'd say it looking me dead in the eye. I hated it. He cheated on her too, another thing nobody bothered to mention anymore because she never did anything about it, and it just upset her. He loved dipping into the tourists. I don't know why she put up with it. She could do so much better. I looked away from her hand. How's the saving up thing going? Brian asked. Good, I said. I haven't gone down to the swap meet yet, but I sold a few pieces to Alexis's friends. That helped. That helped a lot. Actually, I'd been thinking about that. Those ladies didn't even blink an eye. They'd just bought them, on the spot. Maybe Alexis was right, and I needed to cast a wider net. Get a website up, an Instagram page. Maybe put a few of the smaller pieces in some of the gift shops when they opened for the summer, see how they did. Alexis made me want to be better. If I'd never had to run the B&B, I think I'd be doing more with myself by now. Maybe I'd be practicing my carpentry full-time. I never got the chance to really explore it because my grandparents had died, and I'd had to change gears before I could figure out if I could make a go of it. Maybe now I never would. If I bought the house, I'd need to keep running it as a B&B to pay the mortgage. And not the way I'd been running it either. I'd have to be open year-round to cover that kind of payment. I'd be an innkeeper for the rest of my life. Not that being an innkeeper wasn't a good business. It's just not what I wanted to do. I don't think it was what I was meant to do. All of this felt a little like selling my soul. Like letting the house go would destroy me, and so would keeping it. Doug put his coffee to his lips. What's up with the girlfriend? He asked me. She's not my girlfriend, I mumbled. She wasn't my girlfriend, because she didn't want to be my girlfriend. I'd jump at the chance to be Alexis's boyfriend in a hot second. But I knew it wasn't going to happen. She never made me feel like I wasn't good enough for her, but she didn't have to. It was obvious. I'd accepted this with a resigned understanding of my position and decided that I wasn't going to dwell on it, especially because there was nothing I could do to change the situation. I couldn't snap my fingers and be a damn surgeon. I couldn't be anything other than what I was. Why isn't she your girlfriend? Doug asked. I don't have anything to offer a woman like that. Doug set his mug down. Have you ever heard of penguin love stones? What? A penguin love stone. When a male likes a female, he finds a perfect stone and he brings it to her. If she likes it, she puts it in her nest and that's it. They're paired for life. Brian watched Liz taking an order at another table but talked to us. And your point? My point is, the penguin's not picking her mate because he's the one who has the best rock. It might look that way, but she's not. She's taking the rock because the male she wants the most is offering it. Sometimes what you have to give is enough. Even if it's a rock instead of a diamond. I let out a long breath. If only that were true. We ate breakfast. Doug was in a good mood, which was nice. His depression always got better in the spring. More sunlight, more time outside, tourists starting to come back. He was thinking of putting in a wood-fired pizza oven at the farm to do pizza and wine pairings in the summer, bring in more business in addition to the petting zoo and barn weddings he did. Brian listened to us talk and watched Liz. Every time she cleared a plate, he'd look at her brace and his jaw would flex. This shit with Jake was hard on all of us, but for Brian I think it was a special kind of hell. When we were finishing up, my phone rang. I grinned. Alexis. I gotta take this, I said, sliding out of the booth. I pushed through the door and swiped the answer button when I got outside. Hey. You get your coffee? I smiled. Iced coffee tastes so much better when you're late for work, Alexis said, sounding like her old self again. I laughed. Glad I could help. I have to go in a second, but I wanted you to hear something. I'm going to put you on speaker but don't talk, okay? Okay. Someone's singing opera in the ER, she said. I could hear the squeaky sound of shoes on a polished floor like she was walking me somewhere. Opera? We've got a bachelorette party here. The bride has alcohol poisoning and her friends brought her in. The whole group is drunk. One of them is a soprano, and she's singing in the room. It's amazing. Ready? Ready. She put me on speaker, and I heard a door open. The voice of an angel drifted through the phone. Ave Maria. It was beautiful. Ethereal. It brought tears to my eyes, standing on this sidewalk. It felt like a gift, this unexpected beauty in the middle of a mundane morning. Alexis tapped me into a different world. She was this incredible woman, working in a hospital 2 hours away, treating a patient whose friend was singing in Latin. Just in her normal routine, Alexis was living a life 1,000 times more interesting and cultured than mine, and she wanted to include me in it. This gesture made me grateful in a way I couldn't explain. She was giving me more of herself, even if it was just a peek into a moment of her day. When it ended, Alexis whispered into the phone, "Gotta go." And she hung up. I smiled, wiping at my eyes. I stood there, looking at my screen, with a grin on my face. I wanted more. I wanted to see her world with my own eyes, not just these glimpses behind the curtain. I wanted to be a part of it. But it was by invite only. And I doubted she'd ever ask me. I was getting ready to head back in when the phone rang again. This time it was Amber. My good mood disintegrated. I let the phone ring 3 times before I reluctantly pressed it to my ear. Yeah? Hey. So I didn't get the direct deposit this week. I scrubbed a hand down my face. It hasn't even been 7 days since I reopened the house. And I had to comp the stay for my guests last weekend. Okay, why? Just some dumb stuff. The trees dropped some acorns on the man. Okay, Daniel. I don't care. Her voice was edgy. You said I'd be getting money every week. I blew out a calming breath. The house is booked up through Sunday, I said carefully. I can send you the money on Monday. How much? She asked quickly. I drew my brows down. Is everything okay? You seem tense. Actually, she seemed wired. She seemed high. Amber being high wasn't exactly a new development. She'd been doing better over the last few years though. But if she was getting back into drugs, I didn't like that she was doing it when the money for the house was dangling in front of her like a blank check. I'm fine, she said, a little too curtly. I just need the money. If you can't get me money every week, the deal's off. I nodded. Okay. Last weekend was a one-off. It won't happen again. And don't be comping people. What's wrong with you? She snapped. I let this slide. No point in getting into it with her. Last weekend aside, I was very good at what I did for a living. I didn't need her advice or her criticisms. I didn't need anything from my mother and I never had. There was no love lost between me and Amber. I didn't want to see anything happen to her, but I also knew there was nothing I could do about it if it did. Amber's crises cycled. And she bit the hand that fed her, every time. If I offered to let her come dry out here, like Grandma always did, I'd live to regret it. I'd be more likely to find myself cancelling missing checks and searching for family heirlooms at pawnshops in Rochester than I would be saving her from herself. So I had to do my best to save the house instead. I'll have the cash in the account Monday, I said. Fine. She hung up on me. I stood outside for a minute, staring at the mural on the side of the pharmacy. I wasn't getting 6 months. I'd be lucky if Amber gave me 6 weeks. The best I could do was hope for as much time as possible. In a season, one way or another, my life would never be the same.